Chapter 2479. Chapter 2479. 2479. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 2479. Never submit. Just like that, the primordial pagoda had a new pool of lightning. Yang Yi didn't know what level the lightning was at. In any case, he knew that even Arya couldn't resist them. Arya could resist a single bolt, but she couldn't resist an entire pool of it. Now, the entire pool belonged to Snowy. At the entrance of Desolate City, Huan Ying sent Yang Yi off. Huan Ying cupped his fists to Yang Yi. "Brother Yang, be careful on your trip to Eternal Kingdom." Yang Yi nodded. "Farewell." Yang Yi turned around and vanished on the spot. Once Yang Yi left, Huang Tianqing and Huang Yi appeared behind Huang Ying. Now, Huang Tianqing and Huang Yi were Huang Ying's right-hand men. The people of the desolate race were very united. Huang Yi suddenly said, "You should have made him stay." Huang Tianqing nodded to display his agreement. Huang Ying spoke softly. "Are you worried that the sprite progenitor and him will fall into Eternal Kingdom's hands?" Huang Yi and Huang Tianqing nodded. Yang Yi had the sprite progenitor with him, so if they fell into the hands of Eternal Kingdom, it would definitely be extremely disadvantageous to the desolate race. Huang Ying grinned. "No, he won't fall into their hands." Huang Tianqing and Huang Yi didn't say anything. Huang Ying glanced at them. "Our desolate race cannot be arrogant and conceited like it was. It'll leave gathering the strength of all the worlds to the two of you." Huang Yi nodded. "I've gotten the support of quite a few worlds, including the Hell world. They are on our side. However, Eternal Kingdom is doing the same, and their conditions are much better than what we are promising." Huang Ying nodded slightly. "Try your best. Anyway, what is the D clan's attitude toward all of this?" Huang Tianqing spoke solemnly. "Their attitude is quite vague. They were leaning toward us before this, but after that incident with Yang Yi, their attitude has become quite vague. According to my knowledge, they have started to come in contact with Eternal Kingdom." Huang Ying fell silent for a long time and said, "Big brother, go ask them for a certain answer. Tell the Sky Lord to go with you." Huang Tianqing glanced at him and said, "I understand." Both of them vanished on the spot. Huang Ying looked into the distant sky. "Brother Yang, I don't have many friends. I don't want to lose you. So, keep a low profile in Eternal Kingdom." Huang Ying turned around and left. Eternal Border. Sword Sky City. Yang Yi returned the corpse of Sword Sky City's founder, the Sword Master, to them. When he saw the corpse, the master of Sword Sky City, Fentianyu, had quite a complicated expression on his face. A long time passed before he calmed himself and gazed at Yang Yi. "Thank you." Yang Yi nodded slightly. "It was nothing." Fentianyu hesitated for a moment and asked, "Chaos is arriving. What should my Sword Sky City do?" It was no secret that the desolate race had shown itself. Besides that, there was the Eternal Kingdom and all sorts of other powers. Under such circumstances, survival for smaller powers had become a huge problem. "Sword Sky City!" Yang Yi thought for a while and said, "If you need anything, go to the desolate race and see Huang Ying, the current crown prince of the desolate race. He'll understand if you say that I told you to go to him. However, I'll be frank. If you go to him, it represents that you'll be taking the desolate race's side. To be honest, I have a reconcilable enmity with Eternal Kingdom, so I don't want to see you join the Eternal Kingdom." Fentianyu laughed bitterly. "Of course. I understand. But, I'm afraid the desolate race won't want a small power like mine." Yang Yi thought for a moment and said, "Your strength is slightly weak, but you have room for improvement. Of course, you can't go without any trump cards." As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his right hand, and then 10,000 swords floated in the sky above the city. The sword formation! All of them were pseudo-divine treasures. Fentianyu was astounded. What is this?" Yang Yi explained. "Consider these 10,000 swords a gift from me to your Sword Sky City. It's quite a threat to Limit Breaker Realm experts. So, you won't be completely useless there if you have this formation." Fin Tianyu bowed respectfully to Yang Yi. Thank you? It was a sincere expression of gratitude. Yang Yi nodded slightly. Take care. Yang Yi vanished on the spot. Fin Tianyu gazed at the sky. At this moment, he felt very lucky. He felt lucky he had made the decision he made that day. When countless powers throughout Eternal Border wanted to kill Yang Yi and take Yang Yi's treasures, Sword Sky City had chosen to be friends with Yang Yi. The outcome was all the powers who'd once tried to kill him were gone, but Sword Sky City was fine and well. Moreover, everyone knew that Sword Sky City had a good relationship with Yang Yi, so practically no power throughout Eternal Border, including the Guardians, were willing to rashly offend Sword Sky City. The kindness had shown that day had grown into a good outcome. The Nanli clan. Only Yang Yi and Nanli Meng were in the hall here. Nanli Meng asked, You're going to Eternal Kingdom? Yang Yi nodded. And going to go have a look. She nodded slightly. Be careful. Yang Yi said. I came to see you because I wanted you to help me collect information on some people. Nanli Meng asked. Your friends who came to Eternal Border with you. Yang Yi nodded. Had naturally not forgotten Yang Lianshuang, Sky Maiden, and the others. Nanli Meng hesitated for a moment and said, I've found some of them for you, but not all of them. For example, those geniuses from the Nether Pavilion, I have no information on them. Yang Yi frowned slightly. Why? Nanli Meng glanced at him. Do you really think I'm all-powerful? Those women aren't ordinary, and they have their own fortune and extraordinary aspects. I think you don't have to worry about them. All of them are extraordinary, and even if they are inferior to you and Missin, they aren't much inferior. Yang Yi visibly relaxed slightly. None of those sisters from the Nether Pavilion were ordinary people, so perhaps letting them take their own paths was for the best. Yang Yi asked, What about the others? Are they in Eternal Border? Nanli Meng shook her head. That woman, Yang Lianshuang, led them to a place called the Origin World. She's an extraordinary woman who established a small kingdom there. The systems of that kingdom is very, very unique. You should go have a look for yourself. The Origin World! Yang Yi nodded and was about to leave. Meanwhile, Nanli Meng suddenly said, According to my knowledge, the Eternal Kingdom's current Eternal Lord isn't ordinary at all. Besides that, both the Desolate Race and Eternal Kingdom seem to be waiting for something. I don't know what it is, but I do know that once the time comes, both sides will immediately attack. Besides that, Eternal Kingdom is determined to obtain Snowy, so take care. Yang Yi glanced at her. Which side will you take? She smiled. I'll take whichever side that can keep my clan alive. Yang Yi didn't say anything else and just vanished into the sky. Once Yang Yi left, the ancestor of the Nanli clan, Nanli Yin, appeared here. She laughed with ridicule. He actually plans to head to Eternal Kingdom? He overestimates himself. Suddenly, Nanli Ming grabbed at Nanli Yin from afar, and then a strand of mysterious energy suddenly enveloped Nanli Yin. The latter was shocked and was about to resist, but she noticed to her shock that the energy instantly tried to shatter her body when she tried to resist it. Nanli Yin shouted furiously. Nanli Meng! What are you doing? Nanli Meng gazed at her coldly. If I'm not wrong, you plan to tell Eternal Kingdom that Yang Yi is going over there, right? Nanli Yin replied coldly. Can't I? Nanli Meng shook her head. How foolish. The Nanli clan is doomed in your hands. From this moment onward, you will remain here for 100 years. You will cease to exist for the next 100 years. As soon as she finished speaking, she pressed her right palm down. In an instant, an ethereal bell enveloped Nanli Yin. Nanli Yin cursed madly from within the bell. Nanli Ming ignored her and looked up at the sky. Take care! A ray of sword energy vanished into the distant sky. It was Yang Yi! Nanli had been present during their discussion, but Yang Yi hadn't made her leave. However, if Nanli Yin left the Nanli clan, then her head would definitely fall from her neck. Nanli Meng seemed to be punishing Nanli Yin, but she was actually keeping Nanli Yin safe. Nanli Meng closed her eyes slowly as she sat there in the hall. Once he left the Nanli clan, Yang Yi withdrew the myriad world diagram and then he teleported to the origin world. The origin world was tiny, and there were many powers throughout it. According to the information Nan Li Ming provided him, Yang Lianshuang and the others were at the southernmost area of it. They had established a country called Huaxia. A country! Yang Yi couldn't help but feel quite amused when he found out. Around an hour later, Yang Yi arrived before a city's gates. There were 3 characters above it. Huaxia. It was called a country, but it was actually just a city. Obviously, it was Yang Lianshuang who'd created it. Yang Yi was about to enter the city when a few powerful auras approached from outside the city, and then a wave of pressure enveloped the entire city. Yang Yi looked over, and he saw a group of people. They were led by a middle-aged man at the Limit Breaker realm. The middle-aged man glanced at the city below and said, Yang Lianshuang, I'll give you one last chance. Is this stubborn country of yours going to submit to my origin sky sect or not? A voice suddenly came from within the city. Huaxia never submits. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 2480. Chapter 2480. 2480. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 2480. Unfathomable. Never submit. Yang Yi shook his head and smiled. Yang Lianshuang really knows how to cause a commotion. It didn't take long for her to walk out of the city. She noticed Yang Yi and was stunned for a moment before speaking softly. When did you arrive? Yang Yi smiled. I just arrived. Yang Lianshuang nodded slightly, and then she looked up at the middle-aged man's group. I believe in humanitarianism, so I'll give you some advice. It's best if you leave immediately. The middle-aged man's face fell. Yang Lianshuang, you're really pushing it. As soon as he finished speaking, he pressed down his right hand, and a wave of powerful pressure slammed down toward the city. The pressure of a limit breaker realm expert. Suddenly, a flying sword shot up into the air from below. Hiss! The middle-aged man's right hand suddenly flew off into the air. The middle-aged man and all the other experts around him were stunned. They were stunned for over 2 seconds before they finally recovered. The middle-aged man was shocked and gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi ignored them and gazed at Yang Lianshuang. He smiled. Aren't you going to invite me in? She replied. I thought you would kill all of them. Yang Yi shook his head. We'll see about it later. If it's necessary, I'll just kill them all at once. Yang Lianshuang nodded. Come on, I'll take you to see Elder Yuan. As she spoke, she led Yang Yi into the city. Meanwhile, in the sky outside the city, the middle-aged man's face was extremely unsightly, and a long time passed before he spoke solemnly. Come on. Let's go notify the sect master. It didn't take long for them to vanish from the sky. Yang Yi and Yang Lianshuang entered the city. There weren't many people here, and there were just a few 100,000 people. Many of them had come with them from the large universe, so they naturally recognized Yang Yi. All of them stopped when they saw him, so a commotion surged through the sky. Yang Yi was here! More and more people rushed in Yang Yi and Yang Lianshuang's direction. Countless people were still grateful to Yang Yi. If it hadn't been for him, many of them would have probably died in the large universe. More and more were arriving. Yang Yi stopped, glanced at them and said, Long time no see. All of them bowed slightly to them. Yang Yi glanced at them. All of them didn't possess very high cultivations, but he could sense that all of them were happy with their lives here. Peaceful. At many times, most people didn't seek a wealthy life or an eternal life, all they sought was a peaceful life. Actually, many people were very happy with just that. Especially these people from the large universe. Only those who had experienced war would cherish such peace. Yang Yi and Yang Lianshuang arrived at a hall. Actually, it was the royal palace. However, it was quite small, and so it was no different to a normal hall. Yang Lianshuang suddenly said, I got bored, so I made all of this for fun. Yang Yi nodded. What's your current cultivation? Yang Lianshuang shrugged. I just reached the limit breaker realm. Needless to say, the spirit energy here is much better than the large universe. If I was still there, I can only wonder what my cultivation would be right now. No wonder so many people want to go to a higher universe. She gazed at him and continued. Right, now that you're here, I just happen to have something to tell you. Yan Yi asked. What is it? She replied. I'm returning home. Yan Yi was slightly stunned. You're returning home? She nodded. I've been out here for too long. I don't know how it is back there. I've been afraid of returning until now because it has been countless years since I arrived here. So if I did return now, there would probably be nothing left there. But not too long ago, a mysterious old man told me that I can head home. The time here doesn't flow the same way as it does there. Or it should be said that the passage of time is different between our universes. In any case, I don't really understand it. All I do know is that if I return now, it would be equivalent to leaving for 10 years. A mysterious old man? Yan Yi frowned slightly. What did he look like? She replied. An old man carrying a bamboo chest on his back. An old man with a bamboo chest. Yan Yi was stunned. Yang Lianshuang had met the old man too. She glanced at him. You've met him too? Yan Yi nodded. He has been to your home? Yang Lianshuang spoke solemnly. I'm not very sure. However, he should be aware of it. He said that it is a pretty good place, and we should cherish it. Yan Yi was puzzled. What was he trying to say? Yang Lianshuang explained. He meant that while it's impossible to maintain absolute fairness over there, it's an extremely fair world when compared to the other worlds. At my home, those with power and wealth still remain at the top of society, but so long as you work hard, you can gain power and wealth too. Moreover, there are laws in our world. While it's impossible to maintain absolute fairness, the laws are able to restrain many people. She paused for a moment at this point and continued. Besides that, while we have wars there are very few. Moreover, all of them are small-scale wars. In short, while our lifespan is very short there, we live peacefully. It's an era that's bound by laws. While we lack a lot of lifespan and power when compared to many of this world, we don't have to live our days in terror and anxiety. Yan Yi spoke solemnly. Laws are able to restrain the people of your home? Yang Lianshuang smiled. Of course. Everyone is equal before the law there. Of course, it's not completely true. But the law can restrain many people. Actually, it's normal. Does a world with absolute fairness even exist? It's really not bad that my world was able to accomplish that. To be honest, I miss my home even more now. Now that you're here, I can bid farewell to you. Yan Yi thought for a moment and asked, Do you want me to send you there? She shook her head. That mysterious old man gave me a treasure, and I can use it to return. She hesitated for a moment and said, When you're free, can you take Snowy to that world of mine? Yan Yi asked. Why? She rolled her eyes at him. Can't you come visit me? Why else? Yan Yi smiled. Of course. However, I'm going to Eternal Kingdom now, so I can only go there in the future. Yang Lianshuang nodded. I asked you to bring Snowy because those people of my world have severely damaged the world there. Especially when it comes to spirit energy, it practically doesn't exist. If Snowy goes there, she can help repair my world. Besides that, there are many fun things there. She will definitely be very happy there. Are there tasty things there? Arya suddenly appeared by Yan Ye's side, and she was licking a Tanghulu. Yang Lianshuang was stunned and gazed at Yang Yi. Who's this young girl? Yang Yi was about to speak when Arya suddenly said, I'm Arya, Snowy and Big Brother Yang's friend. Big sister, you said there are a lot of fun things in your world, so are there tasty things too? Yang Lianshuang glanced at Arya and nodded. There are lots of delicious food there, enough to last you a lifetime. Arya's eyes lit up. Yang Yi, on the other hand, shook his head and laughed bitterly. She can eat your entire world. Arya glared at Yang Yi with displeasure and said, Big Brother Yang, can I go there with her? Yang Yi was quite hesitant. Yang Yi thought for a long time before he glanced at Yang Lianshuang and said, "Can the treasure that old man gave you teleport all of you over there?" Yang Lianshuang nodded. "It can. It's a teleportation formation. According to him, he is the only one in our universe who has this teleportation formation. It's something he established there in the past, and it's the only safer way to get there. Because he said that there's a powerful barrier around our world, and it has trapped our galaxy, but it is also protecting our galaxy." She gazed at Yang Yi and continued, "You know, I feel like my world is not ordinary at all. There is no other world like it throughout the universe. Moreover, when compared to other worlds, it's simply too weak. However, that world of ours remains in existence." "Right, how strong is that old man with the bamboo chest?" Yang Yi spoke solemnly. "Very, very strong. Unfathomable even," Yang Lianshuang replied. "See, that world of ours is really extraordinary." Because he had quite a complicated expression on his face when he spoke about it. Moreover, it felt like he was slightly afraid of it. "That's just the feeling I had." "Extraordinary!" Yang Yi fell silent for a long time, and then he gazed at Arya. "Arya, if you're going with your big sister Lianshuang, then remember that your mission isn't to eat, it's to protect her well. Besides that, come back after having fun for some time." Arya was overjoyed. Meanwhile, Yang Yi added, "But you must promise me that you'll listen to her. Besides that, you must not act rashly there or go berserk. In any case, just listen to her." Arya kept nodding. She would naturally not refuse at a time like this. Suddenly, Snowy appeared before Yang Yi. She gazed at Yang Yi and blinked. It was because she'd heard Yang Lianshuang say that there were many fun things in her world. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and asked, "You want to go too?" Snowy nodded and raised her paw. She was saying that she would return after having fun for this amount of days. Actually, even she didn't know how many days her paw represented. Yang Yi was about to speak when Yang Lianshuang suddenly said, "Let her come with me. She can help me purify the air there. The air over there is terrible." Arya added, "Don't worry, big brother Yang. No one can harm Snowy while I'm there. Moreover, Snowy has that thing which the old geezer gave her, and even I think that thing is very dangerous. So Snowy is very safe." Yang Yi hesitated for a moment, but it didn't take long for him to recall that he was going to Eternal Kingdom next. So, he stopped hesitating. As soon as Yang Yi nodded with approval, both Snowy and Arya jumped for joy. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 2481 Farewell. Chapter 2481 Farewell. Yang Yi had naturally given many things consideration when he decided to let Snowy and Arya go. Firstly, Yang Lianshuang was a little weak, so he was worried about letting her make the trip alone. If he sent her there, that would be alright. However, he was the focus of countless powers, so if he returned with her, it may bring calamity to her home world. Secondly, he was planning to travel to Eternal Kingdom, and his goal was firstly to retrieve Sword Scroll's main body. Sword Scroll had helped him so much, and she needed help now, he naturally wouldn't refuse. Secondly, he wanted to take a look at Eternal Kingdom, especially their strength. He still knew nothing about Eternal Kingdom right now. Besides that, his trip was a dangerous one, so leaving them behind was a good thing for them. Because even if anything happened to him, they would be safe. He treated it as giving them a vacation. Arya and Snowy returned to the Primordial Pagoda. The two little fellows naturally planned to bid farewell to the others. Only Yang Yi and Yang Lianshuang remained in the hall. She spoke softly. "You're worried?" Yang Yi nodded. Suddenly, a Nanjing appeared by his side. He gazed at her, and she said, "I'll go with them." Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and agreed. All right. He could rest at ease with her going along. Obviously, and Nanjing was a little worried about those two little demons, Arya and Snowy, going with Yang Lianshuang. Firstly, those two little fellows were quite lawless, and Yang Lianshuang couldn't keep them in check at all. Secondly, she was worried about their safety and afraid they would do something bad. Yang Lianshuang smiled. Your presence is naturally for the best. Yang Yi was about to say something when they looked up into the air. A powerful wave of pressure was pressing down from above. Yang Lianshuang said, It's probably the Origin Sky sect. Yang Yi frowned. They walked out of the hall while Nanjing returned into the pagoda. In the sky above the city, a middle-aged man in a silver robe was floating there. Based on the aura he emanated, he was a 4-world realm expert. Besides that, there was an old man behind him, and the old man was a 3-world realm expert. Yang Yi and Yang Lianshuang appeared before the middle-aged man, and the latter glanced at them before looking at Yang Yi. You are? Yang Yi asked. Are you subordinates of the desolate race? The middle-aged man nodded. Yes. Yang Yi nodded. Go on, this city is under my protection, so don't disturb it again. The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed slightly. Aren't you a little too confident? Yang Yi glanced at him. He'll give Huangning face and ask you one last time, are you going to leave or not? The middle-aged man spoke solemnly. You know Huangning? Yang Yi replied. He's a friend of mine. Right, Yang Yi. Have you heard of me? Yang Yi? The middle-aged man shook his head. I haven't. Yang Yi was quite embarrassed. He glanced at Yang Lianshuang and smiled embarrassedly. This world isn't well informed. It has nothing to do with me. Suddenly, the middle-aged man said, No matter who you are, since you dared to interfere in my Origin Sky Sect's business then. A sword howl resounded abruptly, and then the middle-aged man's voice stopped. A moment later, his head fell off his neck while blood sprayed out like a fountain. The old man was stunned, but it didn't take him long to recover from his shock. He glanced at Yang Yi and vanished into the sky. Yang Lianshuang asked, Aren't you going to kill him? Yang Yi shook his head. They won't let this go. So, let's wait for someone who can make the decisions. I can't be bothered to go looking for them. She nodded in response. Yang Yi asked, When do you plan to leave? Yang Lianshuang thought for a moment and replied, Any time. Yang Yi nodded. And going to see those two little fellows. Yang Yi went back into the primordial pagoda. At this moment, Snowy and Arya had bade farewell to all the demons. The demon beasts were unwilling to see them go. They were truly unwilling because while Arya always trained them, they couldn't get used to her suddenly leaving. As for Snowy, it was worse. It could be said that in the beginning, they had only been willing to stay here because of Snowy. Now that Snowy was leaving, they were naturally extremely reluctant. Luckily, it was just for some time. Snowy raised her paw to tell them it was the amount of time she was going. However, no demon knew how long that represented. 5 days? 5 months? 5 years? Of course, even if it was 50 years, it was a very, very short amount of time for them. Yang Yi summoned Arya and Snowy, and he shook his head and smiled when he saw the excitement on their faces. They were really like children. Yang Yi restrained his smile and spoke seriously. Don't cause trouble, understand? They hurriedly nodded. At this moment, they would agree to anything Yang Yi said. In the end, Yang Yi told them a lot, and they agreed to everything. Actually, Yang Yi wasn't very worried. After all, Nanjing would be going with them, so there would be no need to worry about their safety. Because Arya's strength was extremely terrifying too. When she left the pagoda, Snowy intentionally showed the trees with spirit energy. This time, she buried over a dozen world crystals beneath them. Besides that, she told the primordial pagoda to give them primordial violet energy while she was away. Once she did all of that, Snowy, Arya, and Nanjing left the primordial pagoda with Yang Yi. On the ascension platform, all the demons sent Snowy and Arya off. Outside the hall, an old man had arrived there, Elder Yuan. Yang Yi smiled. Long time no see. The old man glanced at Yang Yi, shook his head, and smiled. Your strength is unfathomable now. Yang Yi smiled. You've improved very quickly too. You're a two-world realm expert already. Elder Yuan shook his head. I'm just dragging out my existence. I know my own potential, and the three-world realm or perhaps four-world realm is my limit. But your future is limitless. He hesitated for a moment and asked, Are you going to Eternal Kingdom? Yang Yi nodded. Elder Yuan spoke solemnly. I've investigated Eternal Border, the Desolate Race, and Eternal Kingdom, so I know a little. Going now is probably quite dangerous for you. Yang Yi smiled. I won't go there openly. I plan to sneak in there. Elder Yuan hesitated for a moment and nodded. All right, as long as you're aware of the dangers. Meanwhile, the others suddenly looked outside the hall, and a voice came from there. I'm the Vice Commander of the Desolate Race. I would like to request an audience with young Master Yang. The Desolate Race. Yang Yi walked out, and he saw a middle-aged man in black armor not too far away. The man bowed slightly to Yang Yi. Young Master Yang. Yang Yi asked, What's going on with the Origin Sky sect? The man replied, They are a subordinate power of my desolate race. We weren't aware that this country is a power you established. This is a misunderstanding, and I hope you forgive us for any offense. Yang Yi shook his head. It's nothing serious. This small city isn't of any help to the desolate race or Eternal Kingdom. So, just let it stay neutral, all right? The man hurriedly replied. Of course. This city will be under my desolate race's protection from now on, and if necessary, you just have to send someone to notify the Origin Sky sect if you need anything. Yang Yi nodded. Thank you. The man bowed slightly to Yang Yi. Farewell. He vanished into the distance once he finished speaking. Meanwhile, Yang Lianshuang said, They really give you a lot of face, huh? Yang Yi replied, I'm friends with their crown prince. Anyway, let's get back to the important matters at hand. Have you made arrangements for the city? She nodded. I've practically done everything, and it'll be fine with Elder Yuan here. No chaos will arise in the city. The main issue is the desolate race and Eternal Kingdom. If they enter into a war with each other, we will probably suffer because of it. However, I can rest at ease now that I've witnessed your influence. She gazed at Arya and Snowy, and she continued. As for you two little fellows, you better be obedient, understand? Be obedient! They hurriedly nodded. They would agree to anything right now. Yang Lianshuang grinned and gazed at Yang Yi. You take care too. Especially about your terrible temper. Try to change it appropriately. Especially in Eternal Kingdom, try to keep a low profile as much as possible. Yang Yi smiled. I will. Big brother Yang. Suddenly Arya said, Snowy and I are going to enjoy ourselves for a few days, and we'll return once we're done. So stay alive so we can see you again. Snowy and I would be very sad if we don't see you again. But don't worry, we will avenge you. Yang Yi knocked her on the head. Don't say such things. She cracked a smile and showed him her tongue. Snowy flew over to Yang Yi, hugged him and kissed him before waving her paws swiftly. She was telling him to be careful and take care. A long time passed before Yang Yi rubbed her little head and smiled. Don't worry, I'm very strong, right? Snowy cracked a smile, hugged Yang Yi again, and rubbed her head against his head. Yang Yi gazed at Nanjing. Be careful. She nodded. You too. Meanwhile, Yang Lianshuang formed a strange seal with both hands. In an instant, a huge blue array of light appeared outside the hall. Yang Yi watched as she took in Nanjing, Arya, and Snowy along with her as she entered the array of light. Arya and Snowy waved at Yang Yi. As Snowy gazed and gazed at Yang Yi, her tears suddenly surged out, and she wanted to go back on her decision. She didn't want to go anymore. But it was a little too late. The formation activated, and Yang Yi watched as all of them vanished. Yang Yi just stared blankly ahead on the spot for a long time. Farewells. It was a truly terrible feeling. End of Book 20. Chapter 2482 Eternal Kingdom. Chapter 2482 Eternal Kingdom. Book 21. Eternal Kingdom. Area, Snowy, and in Nanjing had left. Yang Yi felt a little empty. Now, he noticed that had been used to their presence, had become used to everyone by his side. It was how people usually were. They would only cherish something when they lost it. Luckily, Snowy and Area were only going with Nanjing and Yang Lianshuang to have some fun. Yang Yi calmed himself and gazed at Elder Yuan. Elder Yuan, I'll leave everything here to you. If it's necessary, you can seek help from the desolate race. Elder Yuan nodded slightly. Just be careful. Yang Yi smiled. You too. Yang Yi didn't stay a while longer and vanished into the sky. In the primordial pagoda, the primal true dragon was the leader of the demon beasts now that Area and Snowy had left. All the demons had a gloomy expression on their faces as they stood on the ascension platform. They were very reluctant to see Area and Snowy leave. They were used to their presence. However, life still had to go on. The dragon suddenly said, "Train! Train!" All of the others shuddered. At this moment, they recalled what Area had told them. She said that the first thing she did upon returning was to spar with them. That wasn't even the most important part. Shed also promised to bury them if they died. It didn't take long for them to leave the primordial pagoda and head toward the lightning. It was very painful, but they had to admit that it was very, very effective. Yang Yi and Area weren't the only ones who'd benefited tremendously. They too had received huge benefits. It could be said that they far surpassed demon beasts in their realm of cultivation. They were a group of great demons with extremely terrifying combat strengths. Moreover, they were growing stronger and stronger. Yang Yi didn't head straight for Eternal River. He went to Eternal Border instead. In a spot in space at Eternal Border, Yang Yi arrived before a pitch-black palace. There were 3 characters at the top of it. Guardians! Practically everyone in Eternal Border who'd hunted him down had been annihilated. However, there was one power left, the Guardians. He naturally wouldn't forget them. Yang Yi went to the palace, but it was empty. Yang Yi scanned it with his divine sense, but he sensed no signs of life. They were gone. Yang Yi glanced at the palace and swung his sword. Hiss! The black palace was instantly sliced into bits by countless rays of sword energy. Yang Yi turned around and left. Around an hour later, Yang Yi arrived beneath the ground of the Northern Sword Sect. Chen Xuanan asked, "Are you heading to Eternal Kingdom?" Yang Yi nodded. Chen Xuanan nodded slightly. "It's good to gain some experience and see it for yourself. The civilization in the martial Tao there is the greatest in the universe right now." Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and asked, "Senior, people always say the civilization in the martial Tao, so are there no others like the mortal Tao? Or perhaps the spirit Tao or physical Tao?" Chen Xuanan smiled. "What are you trying to say?" Yang Yi replied, "I came to see you because I wanted to seek your guidance about something. In my opinion, the longer people live, the greater their fear is of death and the greater their ambition is. Because as far as they are concerned, nothing else is necessary besides life, and they can abandon everything else. Nothing is more important than the grand Tao of eternal life. Everything is but an ant before eternal life, and that is what many people think." Chen Xuanan replied, "Is that wrong? Everyone has their own selfish desires. If you have 10,000 immortal crystals now, you'll want 20,000 a while later. After that, you'll seek 100,000. The desires and ambitions of man are endless. Once they have something nice, they seek something better. That is how the heart of man works, and strictly speaking, it isn't wrong." Yang Yi fell silent. Desire and ambition! Who could escape all of that? Chen Xuanan continued, "I understand what you're trying to say. You think that our world is too cruel because only the strong are respected. However, you must realize that because everyone is cultivating, the world is cruel due to their endless fight for resources. This fight for resources isn't just limited to our world, it occurs in every single world. I've lived longer, from the ancient times until now, so I've seen much, much more. In conclusion, I can say, it's the survival of the fittest." Yang Yi laughed bitterly and didn't say anything else. Chen Xuanan said, "You're a sword cultivator who cherishes your emotions and relationships. But yours is but a minor form of it, and not the major form of it. Your sword fights for your loved ones, and that is a form of restraint, a restraint of your own sword Tao. But it's fine, everything must be done slowly, even the sword Tao. Everything requires a process. Finally, let me tell you something. True cultivators and true experts do not disregard the lives of the weak, and they do not seek joy from killing or bullying the weak. If a day comes when you're strong to a certain extent, I hope you'll still be able to stay true to your heart. Yang Yi bowed to Qin Xuanan and left. Once Yang Yi left, Qin Xuanan shook his head and smiled. His heart, it's a kind one in the end. It was why he thought so highly of Yang Yi. If Yang Yi was an absolutely selfish person or one who would stop at nothing to get what he wanted, then Qin Xuanan would absolutely not help Yang Yi. Yang Yi was cruel and ruthless, but he wasn't without a heart. Or to be more precise, emotion still remained in his heart. As far as Qin Xuanan was concerned, being cruel and ruthless to one's enemies wasn't wrong. Being kind and benevolent to one's enemies? People who did that never lived for long. Yang Yi left the Northern Sword sect and arrived at the Eternal River. This time, no demon beast stopped him. After all, many demon beasts had personally witnessed Yang Yi and Arias subdue the primal royal crocodile, and go all the way through the Eternal River. That mysterious little girl was someone that every one of the demon beasts here feared. Yang Yi smoothly arrived before the universe wall, and he withdrew the universe seal as he gazed at it. Yang Yi issued a command in his heart, and the seal shook. A short while later, the seal pressed against the wall, and then the wall gradually split apart at the center. Once it was split open, a strand of extremely powerful spirit energy surged out from the other side. It was spirit energy that was purer than the spirit energy in Eternal Border. The entire Eternal River started to roil. The demon beasts here sensed the aura of Eternal Kingdom. Yang Yi walked in, and the wall closed, causing countless demon beasts throughout Eternal River to roar. Not too far away from the universe wall, a woman was standing there silently. It was Nanli Meng. Nanli Meng gazed at the wall for a long time. Suddenly, she looked to the side, and a black-clothed man soundlessly appeared there. The black-clothed man bowed respectfully to her. Miss Meng, both Eternal Kingdom and the Desolate Race have come to us. Now we must make a choice. Master asked me to seek your opinion. Nanli Meng replied indifferently. What does he think? The black-clothed man shook his head. I do not know. Am only in charge of passing his message. Nanli Meng fell silent for a short while and asked, Are we unable to delay longer? The black-clothed man replied solemnly. I'm afraid that's impossible. Both of them have lost their patience. If we try to delay, we'll offend both sides, and that is worse. Nanli Meng fell silent for a long time before she asked, What's their attitude toward Eternal Border? The black-clothed man hesitated for a moment and said, Eternal Border will be the new battlefield. Because both of them will not fight in their own territory unless it's the final moment to decide the outcome of the entire war. In other words, Eternal Border will cease to exist after the war. Eternal Border was lucky to survive all those years ago because of the sprite progenitor. But the current sprite progenitor. He was quite speechless at this point. According to his investigations, the sprite progenitor was nothing more than a cute pet now. Could she save the world? That was impossible. Yang Yi was her world, and she would only save Yang Yi. But Yang Yi had no ties to Eternal Border, so ask him to save Eternal Border? That was even more impossible. It was good enough that he wasn't destroying it himself. So, as far as the black-clothed man was concerned, Eternal Border was finished. Nanli Meng nodded. I understand. Tell him not to side with any of them. We are nothing but cannon fodder to both of them. Even if there's a way out of it, it'll be a path made of blood. The black-clothed man laughed bitterly. Miss Meng, we have no other choice. We can't afford to offend Eternal Kingdom of the Desolate Race. They will never allow a power like ours to stay neutral at a time like this either. After all, they don't want us to reap the rewards instead. So, we must choose even if we don't want to. Nanli Meng glanced at him. If we can't afford to offend them, can't we hide from them? The man hesitated for a moment and asked, Where will we hide? Namli Meng replied, The origin world, Huaxia. Tell him to adopt the right attitude there, and do his best to keep a low profile while striving to make them accept all of you there. The black-clothed man hesitated for a moment and said, Is that a power that belongs to Yang Yi? She nodded. If you're able to make them let you stay, then Huangning may give Yang Yi face and just let us be. Of course, I dare not say for sure if he will do that, but we can try. The black-clothed man thought for a moment and said, Farewell. He vanished on the spot. Namli Ming glanced at the universe wall. Take care. She vanished on the spot as well. Chapter 2483. Come on. Don't try to rob me. Eternal Kingdom. Once he passed through the universe wall, Yang Yi entered a teleportation passageway, and it didn't take him long to enter a boundless world. Around 2 hours later, the world before him finally became normal. It was an expanse of the starry sky. Yang Yi was standing among the stars, and the universe wall was behind him. It was a boundless starry sky, and it was deep and mysterious. Yang Yi used the sword domain to conceal his aura completely and traveled forward. Meanwhile, he asked, Sword Scroll, can you tell me about this world? A short while passed before Sword Scroll's voice resounded in Yang Yi's mind. Eternal Kingdom has 5 main regions, the East, South, North, West, and Central regions. Every region represents a power. The D clan used to be the lord of the South region. Unfortunately, they were driven out, and I can only wonder what power has replaced them now. Yang Yi nodded slightly. Continue. She continued. Besides the 5 regions, there are other small worlds and mysterious locations. For example, the Sprite World. The Sprite World was where the Sprite progenitor lived. While it's a small place, its status transcends the 5 regions. It's naturally because it is the Sprite progenitor's home. Besides that, there are some other forbidden areas that even I don't know much about. The Sprite World. Yang Yi committed the place to memory, and he planned to have a look at it when he could. Because according to the previous Sprite progenitor, that place belonged to Snowy. Since it was Snowy's, it was his. Yang Yi asked, Can you sense the fragments of your main body? She replied, Yes, it's at the West region's Ancient Sword Sect. The Ancient Sword Sect? Yang Yi nodded. Tell me about it. Sword Scroll said, The Ancient Sword Sect was once one of the top powers in Eternal Kingdom, and it's the only sect of sword cultivators here. However, it suffered terrible losses during the war all those years ago, and I don't know if it has recovered now. Yang Yi thought for a moment and said, Sword Scroll, why did you leave and come to Eternal Border? Sword Scroll fell silent for a long time and said, I was a super divine treasure all those years ago too. While my main body was destroyed, my spirit remained. However, the Sprite progenitor perished at that time, so no one could repair me. As far as the Ancient Sword Sect was concerned, it was impossible for me to recover. Thus, they chose to refine me. Refine you? Yang Yi frowned. What do you mean? She replied indifferently. They wanted to devour my spirit. If my spirit was devoured, it wouldn't just provide them with a huge amount of knowledge in the Sword Tao, it would increase their strength tremendously. After all, and the spirit of a super divine treasure, and the spirit of a sword too. Yang Yi shook his head. That's not right, she said. Right or wrong doesn't matter at all. I'm not even a divine treasure now. Since it's impossible for me to return to being a super divine treasure, I'm useless to them. No, I still have one use, and it's to be devoured. Yang Yi asked, Did no one try to stop that from happening? She laughed with ridicule. Stop it? Who would do that? The person who wanted to devour me was my past master, that expert who lost his body to a single slap from the desolate emperor. If his strength hadn't been reduced tremendously because his body had been destroyed, and if I hadn't been vigilant, I would have ceased to exist in this world by now. Yang Yi shook his head. He wasn't capable of doing something like that, and now he understood why she was so resentful. Anyone would be resentful when the person they trusted the most betrayed them. Yang Yi said. Then let's go to the ancient sword sect first. Sword Scroll replied solemnly. You must be careful. While you don't have to fear 5 world realm experts now, your identity is unique. I'm afraid you'll be hunted again if you cause a huge commotion. Yang Yi nodded slightly. I know. Yang Yi vanished on the spot. The west. Sword Scroll guided Yang Yi to the west region, and Yang Yi instantly felt dense sword intent and sword energy once he entered the area. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings, and then he shot to Ancient Sword City. Ancient Sword City! The Ancient Sword Sect's subordinate city! Most powers had their own subordinate cities or countries. Because every power needed fresh blood to join them, and all of these powers would fight to recruit geniuses. In the past, many powers had fought each other for the sake of human resources, and the outcome was both sides suffered from it. In the end, they made an agreement to foster such resources themselves. Just like that, practically every power had their own subordinate cities or countries. Because they were an endless source of geniuses for them. At the entrance to Ancient Sword City, Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and said, It isn't very different from Eternal Border. Sword Scroll said, The difference is huge. Sense the surroundings carefully. The spirit energy and people here are far different from the people on the outside. Of course, there is no difference to you. Because you are an extraordinarily monstrous genius, and you have the primordial pagoda and snowy. So, you can experience the benefits of this place because even the spirit energy in Eternal Kingdom cannot compare to what you possess. So, think of it from a different angle. Yang Yi glanced at the ground below, then glanced at the city, and it didn't take long for a solemn expression to gradually appear on his face. It was different indeed. The spirit energy here couldn't compete with his primordial violet energy and eternal energy, but it wasn't that inferior. Moreover, the spirit energy here contained the aura of eternal energy. It wasn't very pure, but it was much better than the spirit energy in Eternal Border. Moreover, the people here seemed much more intelligent than the ordinary cultivators of Eternal Border. The civilian area and VIP area. These two things came to mind. Eternal Kingdom was like the VIP area, and the worlds outside were like the civilian area. The people outside want to squeeze inside, but the people here look down on the people from the outside and try their best to keep them out. Just like that, conflict arises. Yang Yi shook his head. He didn't have any feelings toward this. As for Eternal Kingdom, as far as he was concerned, there was nothing good about him. As Sword Scroll had said, there were no rich VIPs before him. Could anyone ever compete in wealth with him? However, Yang Yi was quite against the way Eternal Kingdom did things. Or to be more precise, anyone would hate that sense of superiority they had. The people of Eternal Kingdom had a strong sense of superiority. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and entered the city. Practically everyone in the city had a sword on their back, and many of them had quite good cultivations. Besides that, people flew on swords in the air or just flew normally from time to time. It was quite a magnificent sight. Yang Yi asked as he traveled. Sword Scroll, can you sense the fragments of your main body? She replied. I can. However, you can't just enter the ancient sword sect like that. It is covered in powerful restrictions, so even your sword domain can't help you sneak in undetected. You must enter it through normal methods. Normal methods? Yang Yi frowned. What kind of normal methods? She fell silent for a short while and said, Join the ancient sword sect and look for an opportunity to steal those fragments. That's the only way. Otherwise, it would be too dangerous to sneak in. Once your presence is exposed, you'll definitely be hunted by countless people. This isn't like the world outside. 5 world realm experts can fight here, and even experts above the 5 world realm may show themselves. Yang Yi thought for a moment and nodded. Alright, but how do I join the ancient sword sect? Recommend myself to them? She replied. People will suspect you if you do that, and they'll grow even more suspicious once they investigate you. Yang Yi shook his head. This is quite troublesome. Sword Scroll spoke indifferently. If you think it's troublesome, you can charge it and seize it just like that. Yang Yi was quite tempted to do that. Meanwhile, Sword Scroll added, there are at least five World Realm experts in there. Besides that, there are Lord Realm experts there too, and maybe more than one. Yang Yi spoke seriously. I think it isn't troublesome at all. Come on, let's join the Ancient Sword sect. I was planning on taking a look and learning from them anyway. Yang Yi walked off into the distance. Sword Scroll shook her head and smiled in the primordial pagoda. Yang Yi found an inn to stay in. According to Sword Scroll, he had to wait until the experts of the Ancient Sword sect came to recruit in the city, and then he could reveal some of his strength to draw their attention. After that, they would take him to the Ancient Sword sect. Once he was inside, he could look for an opportunity to steal the fragments of Sword Scroll's main body. That was their plan. Yang Yi went to the inn's counter. The manager behind the counter was an old man, and he was actually at the True Void realm. The manager glanced at Yang Yi. Do you need something? Yang Yi nodded. Do you know when the Ancient Sword sect will be coming to recruit people? The manager sized up Yang Yi. You want to join them? Yang Yi nodded. Yes. The manager fell silent. Yang Yi asked, What? Can't I? The manager glanced at Yang Yi, and then he lowered his head and continued with his own work. What was the old man trying to convey? Yang Yi was quite puzzled. Meanwhile, Sword Scroll suddenly said, Pay up! Pay up! Yang Yi immediately realized what he had to do and placed an eternal divine crystal before the old man. The old man was stunned when he saw it. An eternal divine crystal. Yang Yi's best crystals were the eternal world crystals. Snowy had taken half of them, and he still had some. However, they were too precious, so he couldn't bear to give them away. Thus, he gave the old man an eternal divine crystal. However, he wasn't aware that it was still extremely precious to ordinary people. After all, True Void realm experts usually used eternal immortal crystals. The old man took a deep and long glance at Yang Yi, and then the inn turned ethereal. A short while later, the entire inn was in a boundless expanse of space. Had been forcefully transported into space. Meanwhile, a beautiful woman suddenly appeared, and she smiled. Young brother, tell me about your origins. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings. There were a few black-clothed experts here, and all of them were at the Limit Breaker realm. One should never reveal their wealth. Yang Yi shook his head and said, Can't all of you pursue something better in life? It's just a single eternal divine crystal. Isn't that a little beneath all of you? He flicked over another eternal divine crystal over to them. The woman was stunned by this. Yang Yi said, Come on, don't rob me. They'll give all of you one each. You seem so poor, and I really can't bear to let it go on. All of them were stunned speechless. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 2484 Developing the Sword Domain. The woman's face gradually became solemn. She hesitated for a moment and asked, Who are you? She was no fool. The man before her seemed so composed, so it was obvious that he wasn't anyone ordinary. He was either an extraordinary expert who was keeping his strength concealed or possessed powerful backing. Yang Yi smiled. I'm just an ordinary sword cultivator. An ordinary sword cultivator? She glanced at him and clearly didn't believe it. Yang Yi glanced at them and asked, So, are you going to go on with this? The woman hesitated for a moment and waved her right hand. It only took a moment for everything to return to normal. Yang Yi was at the inn again, but the old man had been switched for the beautiful woman. She glanced at Yang Yi and said, That was a misunderstanding. Please don't take it to heart, young master. She couldn't see through him. Since she couldn't see through him, she couldn't act against him. Always be careful. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings. Is this a shady place? She had quite an awkward expression on her face. Can you not be so direct? Yang Yi grinned. I have a question. When will the ancient sword sect be recruiting in the city? She asked. You want to join them? Yang Yi nodded. I'm a sword cultivator. She asked. Your cultivation? The true void realm. Yang Yi replied. He had suppressed his cultivation with the help of the primordial pagoda, so even a 5-world realm expert couldn't discern his true cultivation. As for experts above that, he wasn't certain. The woman nodded slightly. Your cultivation is enough, but what about your sword Dao? Yang Yi was stunned and asked. Is the sword Dao divided into levels too? She replied. Sword intent, is your sword intent at the true void realm? Yang Yi nodded. It is. The strength he revealed right now was the true void realm in both cultivation and sword intent, but his sword intent was always at the true void realm. Of course, it should actually be at the true world realm because had even suppressed his sword intent that day. She glanced at him and said, You should be able to join them. However, it only recruits 5 people every year, and at least 4 are monopolized by the clans in the city. In other words, there is only one opportunity left. One spot. Yang Yi said. Can I buy one too? Yang Yi had no lack of money. The huge amount of wealth Snowy left behind was something that would take a lifetime to waste. Just think about it, how much was a chaotic fruit worth? He had 10 of them. And he even had the world-born fruits that were better than that. Yang Yi was as rich as an entire country. She sized up Yang Yi and asked, Do you have many divine crystals? Yang Yi nodded. I have a few. If it's possible, I don't mind buying my way in. I only wonder how many are required. She thought for a moment and raised a finger. Yang Yi asked, 10,000? Her face stiffened. Do you think those are rocks? 10,000? It's 100, just 100 is enough. 100 are equivalent to a world crystal, and they are impossible to trade for. A single world crystal can recover a limit breaker realm expert's profound energy in an instant, and it can help them advance too. So if you have a world crystal, then it won't be a problem at all. World crystals! Yang Yi scanned the primordial pagoda, and he noticed over 70 of them. He knew they would last for a long time. She suddenly asked, Do you have it? Yang Yi nodded. I have over 100 divine crystals. She nodded. So, how about you stay here for now? According to my knowledge, it'll take over a month before they will come. At that time, they'll contact you. We have some connections, so we can contact an outer court elder of the ancient sword sect. However, it will require giving out some bribes and… Yang Yi was no fool. He naturally understood what she meant and smiled. Will 10 be enough? She cracked a smile. Of course. Yang Yi wasn't worried she would cheat him and flick 10 divine crystals to her. The woman was quite surprised. She hadn't expected Yang Yi to be so generous and decisive. She didn't think too much about it and just took the crystals. Yang Yi said, I'm going to get some rest. I'll be waiting for you to give me the news. She smiled. Of course. Yang Yi nodded and went to his room. Once he left, an old man appeared before the woman. It was the manager from before. She waved her right hand, and the space here trembled before a thin barrier of light locked down their position. Even the wind couldn't get in. She glanced at the direction Yang Yi had left toward, and once she was certain had gone to his room, she asked, Have you found out? He shook his head. I couldn't. All I know is he came from outside the city. Outside the city. Her eyes narrowed slightly. He isn't from the west region. The old man nodded. He probably isn't. Otherwise, our network would have definitely been able to find out about him. However, he's absolutely not ordinary. Manager Yun should. The old man didn't continue. The woman fell silent for a long time. Suddenly, a small black demon beast appeared on her shoulder. A treasure-seeking mouse. She hadn't acted against Yang Yi because of a few divine crystals, it was actually because the mouse had sensed the aura of treasures coming from Yang Yi. She gazed at it and spoke seriously. A divine treasure? It nodded and sent ripples at her. A long time passed before her eyes narrowed slightly. Even better than divine treasures? And many of them too? The mouse nodded while seeming to be quite excited. If it hadn't sensed danger from Yang Yi, it would have charged at him by now. She fell silent for a short while and said, "We may not be able to deal with him on our own. It's quite risky, so we have to get some people to work with us." The old man nodded. "Indeed, he's definitely not ordinary." The woman grinned. "Only the brave ever accomplish things. If worse comes to worse, well, just start over once we're done with him, and go into hiding." She waved her right hand, the barrier vanished, and she walked out of the inn. In the room, Yang Yi sat cross-legged and entered the primordial pagoda. Yang Yi went below the mass of lightning, and he saw the demon beast charging at it incessantly. It didn't try to kill them, otherwise, if over 100 bolts of divine lightning descended, even Arya would be killed by them. Of course, Yang Yi wasn't certain if they could kill Arya. After all, he didn't know the limits of her body. No one knew where her limits were. All of them were being diligent, and they'd grown even more hardworking in Arya's absence. Arya had gone to have fun, but they were training, because they wanted to surprise her when they met again. Yang Yi smiled and left. He went to the cultivation room. The sword domain. Yang Yi planned to study the sword domain. Or to be more precise, he wanted to develop even more aspects of it, and not use it solely for attacking people with the sword. Yang Yi sat down cross-legged and activated the sword domain. In an instant, the entire room was covered beneath the sword domain. In the cultivation room, Yang Yi's senses were extremely sensitive, or it should be said that head merged into one with space. Or it could be descended as him having transcended the space here and arriving at a different space. A different space. Yang Yi's eyes suddenly lit up. He still remembered what the desolate emperor had told him. There were many types of space, so what type of space was he in right now? Four-dimensional space? That was clearly impossible. Even an expert like the desolate emperor was barely able to sense its existence, so how could he possibly enter it? If it wasn't four-dimensional space, then what was it? What could it do? Yang Yi pondered deeply for a long time. Suddenly he stood up and left the pagoda. He arrived below the lightning, and then he expanded the sword domain and enveloped the primal true dragon. The dragon immediately stopped when the sword domain enveloped it, and it gazed at Yang Yi with a questioning gaze. Yang Yi stared at the dragon, and it made a chill run down its spine. The demons were extremely respectful toward Yang Yi. Firstly, even Arya and Snowy feared Yang Yi, so they naturally feared him too. As for the most important reason, Yang Yi was very strong, even stronger than them. Moreover, his temper was very bad, so bad that even Arya had to be good when he went berserk. Suddenly, Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly. Sensing. Yang Yi sent out his divine sense to sense everything about the dragon. At this moment, the dragon was completely revealed before him. The dragon was quite anxious. Suddenly, Yang Yi said, "Attack me." The dragon was stunned. Yang Yi said, "Hurry up." The dragon hesitated and shook its head. It didn't really dare to attack Yang Yi. Yang Yi continued, "I'm training, so just attack me. Otherwise, they'll tell Arya you cursed her behind her back. Right, and it'll eat the chaotic fruits and say you did it." The dragon was furious. It glared at Yang Yi and howled inwardly. How can you be so shameless? It didn't dare to imagine the consequences of that. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 2485 What the heck? Chapter 2485 What the heck? The primal true dragon attacked. All the demons watched as it slammed itself at Yang Yi. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, and then his figure turned completely ethereal as if it didn't exist in this space. Bang! A moment later, Yang Yi was blasted away. He flew over 10 kilometers away. The dragon was stunned. He's not fighting back? The dragon became quite anxious when it saw a trace of blood seep out from the corner of Yang Yi's mouth. If Snowy and Arya found out that it had made Yang Yi bleed, it would be skinned alive. While the dragon was feeling anxious and uneasy, Yang Yi crawled up from the ground and said, "Come on, continue." The dragon was stunned. Yang Yi wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth and said, "Come! Don't worry, you're just training with me." It nodded when it noticed that Yang Yi didn't seem to be lying, and it charged at Yang Yi again. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at the dragon, and it didn't take long for the dragon to slam against him. Bang! Yang Yi was blasted away once more. This time, Yang Yi took a long time to get back on his feet. This time, blood wasn't just coming out from his mouth, even his face had turned ghastly pale. The dragon didn't dare to attack when it noticed this. However, it had no choice when Yang Yi urged it to do so. Just like that, Yang Yi was blasted away, over and over again. But it didn't take long for Yang Yi to get up again and make the dragon attack once more. As time passed, all the demons felt that Yang Yi had a thing for being hit. Outside the primordial pagoda, there was quite a huge flow of people in and out of the inn. At the counter, the beautiful woman gazed at the accounts before her, and the old man, the manager, stood before her. She asked, "So?" The old man replied softly, "They have agreed to it. However, they want 70% of the young man's treasures once it's done." 70%. The woman laughed coldly. "Aren't they being a little too greedy?" The old man laughed bitterly. "They've always been this greedy." The woman fell silent for a long time and said, 60%, that's the most. If they want more, we will pull out." The manager nodded. "All right. Right." She suddenly asked, "How many experts are they sending?" The manager replied solemnly, "Just himself. He's a 3-world realm expert. As far as he's concerned, it's guaranteed to succeed with us. Actually, he may think that just he alone is sufficient for it." The 3-world realm. Her eyes narrowed slightly. "I'm afraid it may not be enough," the old man said. "He's only at the true void realm. Even if he has trump cards, our forces and a 3-world realm expert should be enough, right?" She shook her head. "He feels very dangerous to me. He isn't ordinary. Ask him if he can contact some higher-ups of the ancient sword sect. It's best if success is absolutely guaranteed." The old man nodded and left. Once the old man left, she looked up at the stairs and spoke softly. "Honest business never makes money as fast as robbing. So, you can only blame yourself for having such bad luck." In the primordial pagoda, Yang Yi was still training. Presently, his body was on the verge of collapse. The dragon couldn't bear to attack again. 10 days later. As always, the dragon charged at Yang Yi. While it was enveloped by the sword domain, causing it to sense a strand of pressure, it didn't affect the dragon's speed and strength. It was very fast. It practically took an instant to arrive before Yang Yi. Right when the dragon slammed against Yang Yi. Boom! Suddenly, the dragon seemed like it had been struck by a sledgehammer, and was blasted down from midair. The dragon looked up at Yang Yi with bewilderment on its face. Yang Yi took a deep breath while excitement filled his eyes. He waved at the dragon. "Continue!" The dragon hesitated for a moment, and charged at Yang Yi once more. However, as soon as it did that, he was blasted to the ground before it could even react. The dragon was utterly stunned. Yang Yi's laughter grew louder. The sword domain, throughout this time, had been focused on a single thing, and it was to analyze his opponent with the sword domain. He was analyzing his opponent's flaws, moves, and everything else. Simply speaking, Head completely analyzed his opponent and attacked based on what Head discovered. In the sword domain, he could sense everything. It could be said that it was like a huge brain, and this brain helped him analyze and sense everything. If someone was within the sword domain, it was like that person was stripped bare before him. That person was translucent, and without any secrets. In the beginning, when he tried to quickly analyze the dragon's flaws and attack patterns, he found it to be quite difficult. Because the dragon was very fast and strong, he couldn't accomplish it in an instant. But after training over a long period, and repeated trials and errors, Yan Yi had created a method. A method to swiftly detect his opponent's flaws and attack pattern. The method required him to merge into space and use the changes in space to sense his opponent. Besides that, had changed the way his flying swords attacked too. When he thought of the flying swords, Yan Yi gazed at the dragon and smiled. Come, let's continue! The dragon glanced at him and leaped up. At the same instant, the sword gourd on Yan Yi's waist shook, and then a flying sword appeared above the dragon and pressed against its forehead. The dragon was stunned speechless. Yan Yi closed his eyes slowly, and then the flying sword kept appearing all over the sword domain. It wasn't flying, it was just emerging out of space. The flying swords didn't fly in the sword domain, they used the space in the sword domain to teleport instantaneously. Moreover, they didn't grow weaker and had grown stronger instead. Because they were using the powerful propulsion force in space, the enhancement provided by the sword domain, and the explosive force that came from the sword gourd. It could be said that their speed and strength had risen a level higher. The ability to detect flaws with the sword domain could be considered as a huge improvement to Yan Yi. If he fought a 5-world realm expert again, while he didn't dare to say he could kill such an expert with ease, it would absolutely not be that difficult as his last battle. Moreover, he was 80% confident in winning the battle, without using any external sources of strength. Just his own pure strength. Now, he just wanted to fight. Especially with a Nanjing. Because her combat instinct was extraordinary, and he wanted to know if he could suppress her with the sword domain. A Nanjing! Yan Yi dispersed the sword domain and looked up at the sky. He wondered how a Nanjing, area, and Snowy were doing. A long time passed before he shook his head and smiled. Instead of worrying about them, he should worry about himself. He knew their strength well, and even a 5-world realm expert would be beaten up like a dog before them. Suddenly, Yan Yi looked up at the sky and left the pagoda. A voice came from outside the door. Young master, can I come in? It was the beautiful woman's voice. Yan Yi waved his right hand and the door opened. She grinned at Yan Yi and entered the room. She glanced at the surroundings and asked, Were you cultivating? Yan Yi nodded. What is it? Have the people of the ancient sword sect arrived? She smiled. Yes. Congratulations, because we've contacted Elderly of the ancient sword sect, and he had agreed to meet you. Your own attainments aren't bad, so if you are able to curry favor with Elderly, then entering the ancient sword sect will be practically guaranteed. Yan Yi glanced at her and said, Thanks. She smiled. Don't mention it. I've gained quite a bit from you. Right, if it's possible, can you come with me to meet Elderly now? Yan Yi asked. Is he not coming over here? She rolled her eyes at him. Young master, just think about his identity, and we are the ones seeking his help. How could he possibly come to us? It's naturally we who have to go to him. Right? Yan Yi stood up. Then we shall. She hesitated for a moment and asked, Young master, what's your name? Yan Yi smiled. Yi. She thought for a moment and asked, There's a clan in the south region, the Yi clan. Are you from there? Yan Yi shook his head. No, I'm just an independent cultivator. While she didn't really believe him, she didn't ask further. It didn't take long for them to leave the inn, and then she led Yan Yi out of the city toward a mountain range. Yan Yi asked, He's outside the city? She smiled. Elderly prefers quiet places, so he set the meeting point outside the city. He's fond of quiet places. Yan Yi glanced at her, smiled, and didn't say anything. However, the woman's heart shuddered for some reason. It didn't take long for them to arrive deep within the mountains, and there was no one here for miles. She led Yan Yi deep into a forest, and Yan Yi saw a middle-aged man in a gray robe. Obviously, it was Elderly. Elderly glanced at Yan Yi and asked, You want to join the ancient sword sect? Yan Yi nodded. Senior, please. The old man suddenly waved his hand. I'll be frank. A treasure-seeking mouse sensed the aura of various treasures, including divine treasures, in your possession. Are you going to hand them over, or shall I take them instead? Yan Yi was stunned for a moment, and then he gazed at the beautiful woman. At this moment, there was no smile on her face, only extreme coldness. Yan Yi's face turned pale as he pointed at her with a trembling hand. What are you planning? She replied indifferently. What are we planning? You fool! Have you not realized? We plan to rob you. Rob me? Yan Yi suddenly spoke angrily. Do you not respect the law? Do you not respect reason? You're actually trying to rob me in broad daylight? What are you waiting for then? Hurry up and do it! The woman was stunned speechless. Chapter 2486 No. Chapter 2486 No. Yan Yi was no fool. So, how could he have not noticed that the woman had been acting strangely? However, he couldn't be bothered to expose her. Or it should be said that he wanted to give her a chance to change her ways. Unfortunately, she hadn't cherished that opportunity. Besides that, he really wanted to meet this elderly. Elderly had the ability to get him into the ancient sword sect. The beautiful woman and elderly frowned when they heard him. Especially the woman, there was only vigilance left in her eyes. Yan Yi smiled. Didn't you want to rob me? Come on then. She gazed at him for a long time, and then she waved her right hand. 3 black-clothed figures appeared around Yan Yi. All of them were at the Limit Breaker realm. She gazed coldly at Yan Yi. Kill him! Hiss! 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 As soon as she gave the order, both she and elderly watched with shock as the heads of all 3 black-clothed experts flew into the air. They had just flown into the air. Even the woman and elderly hadn't been able to discern how those heads were taken. At this moment, the woman's face was ghastly pale. She knew that they'd bitten off more than they could chew. As for elderly, his face was extremely solemn. Yan Yi glanced at the surroundings and said, If I'm not wrong, you chose this place because there aren't any people here. So, no one would know about anything you've done here, right? He suddenly gazed at elderly. Don't bother sending news of this through space. I've locked down the space here, so you can't send anything out. Elderly's eyes narrowed slightly. Who are you? Yan Yi shook his head. I don't want to waste my breath on you. I need to get into the ancient sword sect, so give me something that proves I've gained a spot. You plan to sneak into the ancient sword sect? Elderly's face was gloomy. Who are you? Yan Yi shook his head. Swish. A ray of light flashed. Hiss. Elderly's arm flew up into the air while blood sprayed like a fountain. The beautiful woman's face turned even paler from the sight of this. She had still been hopeful earlier. She felt that elderly definitely had the strength to fight this young man. However, the cruel truth before her made it clear that he didn't. Elderly's eyes were filled with shock. Just a moment ago, had actually been unable to sense that sword energy at all. Was the young man before him at the 5-world realm? Yan Yi walked slowly in elderly's direction. I need a spot to join the ancient sword sect. Do I need to repeat myself? Elderly stared at Yan Yi. Don't even think about it. Yan Yi shook his head and smiled. Meanwhile, Sword Scroll's voice resounded in his mind. He has the ancient sword token, just get that. Yan Yi nodded. Meanwhile, Elderly turned around and fled toward the sky. He was extremely swift and instantly arrived over 10 kilometers away. However, a ray of sword energy was faster than him. Hiss! The ray of sword energy flashed, and then Elderly's head fell off his neck. Yan Yi waved his right hand, and Elderly's spatial ring flew over to him. Sure enough, he found a command token in there. The ancient sword token. Yan Yi put it away. As for everything else, all of it was trash to him. He may not have learned much from Snowy, but had learned to be picky. As far as Snowy was concerned, there were few things in this world that were up to her standards. Yan Yi put the command token away and glanced at the beautiful woman. Why haven't you tried to flee? She laughed miserably. Can I? She took a deep breath and continued. Before I die, can you tell me who you are? Yang Yi shook his head. No. Yang Yi's sword descended, and her head flew into the air. Yang Yi waved his right hand, and all the corpses here were turned to ash. Yang Yi shook his head. Robbing is risky and should be done cautiously. Yang Yi vanished on the spot once he finished speaking. Yang Yi returned to Ancient Sword City. This time, he didn't return to the inn, and he went to a place called Ancient Sword Hall instead. Once he presented the command token, the manager before the door welcomed him inside. Yang Yi saw a man and a woman in the hall. The man wore a white robe, and he immediately glanced at Yang Yi when Yang Yi entered. A moment later, he moved his gaze away. As for the woman, she nodded slightly to Yang Yi as a way to greet him. Yang Yi nodded as well and sat at the side. None of them spoke. A long time passed before the man suddenly asked, Manager Su, when will Elderly be here? An old man walked in and laughed bitterly. Young Master Mou, I do not know. The man called Mou frowned. You can't just make us wait here forever, right? The old man hesitated for a moment and said, Let me try contacting him. He turned around and left. Only Yang Yi and the others remained in the hall. Mou glanced at Yang Yi and asked, The True Void Realm? Yang Yi nodded. Yes. Mou moved his gaze away and didn't say anything else. It was because he was at the True World Realm. They weren't on the same level, so there was naturally nothing to speak about. The woman, on the other hand, spoke abruptly. I'm at the True Void Realm too. Yang Yi grinned at her. What's your name? Yu Qin Wu. She smiled. What about you? Yang Yi replied. Yi Yang. Yi Yang. She nodded and asked, Are you from the Yi clan in the south region? Yang Yi shook his head. I'm just an independent cultivator. An independent cultivator. Oh. She didn't say more than that. Yang Yi didn't say anything either, and just waited in silence. Meanwhile, he asked inwardly, Sword Scroll, why has the ancient sword sect been keeping the fragments of your body? She fell silent for a short while and explained. It's still the fragments of a super divine treasure. What else can they do? Toss it away? Yang Yi asked. Is the ancient sword sect's master from all those years ago still alive? She replied. Yes. But he was heavily injured by the desolate emperor, and even his body was destroyed. It can be said that his strength isn't what it used to be. Of course, I don't know how much he has recovered over the years. That's why I wanted you to sneak in, and then look for an opportunity to steal my fragments. Yang Yi nodded. That's all we can do. Just like that, the three of them waited for around 2 hours in the hall, and then a middle-aged man appeared. They gazed at the middle-aged man, and the latter said, Gu Xiu, an elder of the ancient sword sect. Now I'm in charge here. They bowed slightly to him, and then Mou asked, Senior, what about Elderly? Gu Xiu replied indifferently. Something has happened to him, and the sect has started investigating the matter. Now come with me to the ancient sword sect. Right, show me your ancient sword tokens. All three of them produced a token. Once he verified them, Gu Xiu nodded. Let's go. Just like that, he led them out of the city. They shot swiftly through the clouds on their swords. Yang Yi was using an energy sword and not his own swords. It was because he only had divine treasures or a super divine treasure to use as his sword, and that would draw too much attention. Mou glanced at Yang Yi, and then he flicked a sword over to Yang Yi. A pseudo-divine treasure. Yang Yi gazed at Mou with bewilderment, and the latter spoke indifferently. You can keep it. He naturally had to make friends in the ancient sword sect. While the young man before him wasn't worth becoming friends with, he could still make Yang Yi side with him. It wasn't bad to have some lackeys and people to do things for you in the ancient sword sect. Yang Yi glanced at Mou and shook his head. I don't need it. Mou frowned, took the sword back, and then said, How insensible. He sped up and left both Yang Yi and Yu Qin Wu far behind. Yu Qin Wu flew over to Yang Yi's side and smiled. That was a pseudo-divine treasure. Why didn't you accept it? Yang Yi shook his head. I don't need it. Why? She sized up Yang Yi and smiled. Interesting. Anyway, you're here for the ancient sword sect's renowned ancient sword scroll, right? Yang Yi was puzzled. The ancient sword scroll? She replied with a question. You don't know about it? Yang Yi was about to speak when Sword Scroll suddenly explained. It's a sword scroll that I created. It's trash to you because your flying swords and sword domain have completely surpassed the scope of that technique. Besides that, I know practically everything in the ancient sword sect, and I even know things that those old geezers are unaware of. So it'll tell you if there's anything suitable for you. Yang Yi nodded. All right. Meanwhile, Yu Qinwu asked again. You don't know about the ancient sword scroll? Yang Yi thought for a moment and replied. Of course I do. It's a divine treasure. But we probably won't have the chance, right? She smiled. How would we know without giving it a try? Moreover, I heard the ancient sword sect has a super divine treasure, the sword hall, sword book, and sword scroll. The three of them are one. It would be great if I could have the chance to see it. It's a super divine treasure. Yang Yi frowned and spoke solemnly in his heart. Looks like the ancient sword sect didn't allow news of it to escape their sect. Sword Scroll replied indifferently. A single super divine treasure can deter many. So, they naturally wouldn't. The world thinks him still in the ancient sword sect right now. Yang Yi said. Forget that. Once I get those fragments, well, leave the ancient sword sect. Then Snowy can repair your body once she returns. Sword Scroll fell silent for a moment and said, Thank you? Yang Yi shook his head. I should be the one thanking you. All right, let's not linger on this. As soon as he finished speaking, he opened his eyes, and he saw a huge sword floating in the distant sky. However, he was stunned by the sight of it. Wasn't it the executor that was in his possession? What the heck? Favorite. Chapter 2487. We should be reasonable. Executor. A huge sword was floating in the distant sky, and it was the same sword in his possession. Of course, it was a fake made from unknown metal as he had the real one. Meanwhile, Sword Scroll suddenly said, Executor once resided in this sect. However, it was during an era before me. The ancient times. So, it's not strange. Yang Yi frowned slightly. Executor was here? She replied. Yes. However, I don't know the specifics because it was 2 eras before me. Yang Yi wanted to ask more, but Gu Xiu suddenly said, We're here. They'd arrived. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and looked into the distance. A towering peak stood there, and behind it was an endless mountain range. Atop the mountain range was a grand palace. People were frequently flying through the sky on their swords there. Besides that, the entire mountain emanated a wave of powerful sword intent. It wasn't ordinary. That was Yang Yi's first impression. Gu Xiu led them to the mountain, and many divine senses swept them during this time. A formation. It was a type of formation used to see through a person's cultivation and age so that others couldn't sneak into the ancient sword sect. Something worth mentioning was that it had been built by Sword Scroll. So, Yang Yi was able to get through smoothly. Gu Xiu brought them to a smaller mountain, the Outer Court Peak. The ancient sword sect was divided into the Outer Court, Inner Court, and Elites. The Outer Court usually represented cultivators between the True Tao realm and World Lord realm, and the Inner Court was for those at the 1 to 3 world realms. As for Elites, only those at the 4 world realm could become elite disciples, and they were equivalent to core disciples. They were core figures of the sect. Of course, they weren't really at its core. The true core of the sect were its experts at the 5 world realm and above. Gu Xiu led them to the Outer Court Peak before leaving. They had to report in. Mou looked up into the depths of the distant sky and a confident smile curled up on his face. Mou will definitely become an elite disciple. He immediately vanished on his sword. Yu Qinwu suddenly said, He's very confident. Yang Yi shrugged. That's a good thing, isn't it? She smiled. What about you? Do you want to be one? Yang Yi thought for a moment and said, I may be interested if it's the position of sect master. She was stunned by this. Meanwhile, Yang Yi had walked off. She shook her head and smiled. That is what they consider a daydream, huh? She went after Yang Yi. At the place to report their arrival, Yang Yi and Yu Qingwu obtained a command token once they were done. It was the command token for outer court disciples. According to Yu Qingwu, they were disciples of the ancient sword sect now. So, if they encountered enemies outside the sect in the future, they could use this identity, and the people outside would usually give them some face. Thus, it was no different than a life-saving talisman. However, as far as Yang Yi was concerned, it may also be a talisman that brought death. At many times, using such an identity could instill fear in others, but if one encountered someone ruthless, that person may just decide to kill you just to keep you quiet instead. Once they became disciples of the sect, they were qualified to attend classes here. They were classes by elders at the Five-World Realm, and they were about knowledge in the Sword Tao. However, they were only held once a month. Their luck wasn't bad as it just happened to be the day of the class. At the lecture platform, an old man sat cross-legged on a circular platform, and there were a few dozen stone stairs below it, and below the stairs were no less than 100 meditation cushions. It was practically full when Yang Yi and Yu Qingwu arrived. Fortunately, there were some empty spots. However, the spot was a little special, because it was right at the front, and there were 3 open cushions. Since there was no one there, Yang Yi led Yu Qingwu over there, and it didn't take long for countless people here to gaze at them. Yang Yi and Yu Qingwu exchanged glances. Obviously, they'd sensed that something was off. However, wouldn't it be embarrassing to leave now? So, Yang Yi just went forward. Meanwhile, a Moye's voice resounded in both Yang Yi and Yu Qingwu's heads. It'll give you a friendly reminder, it belongs to Lu Yunxian, so it's best if you don't sit there. Lu Yunxian? Yang Yi shook his head and asked. Sword Scroll, do you know who that is? Sword Scroll rolled her eyes at Yang Yi from within the pagoda. Can you not make me doubt your intelligence? When was I here? Besides a few old geezers in the sect, do you think I would know anyone else here? Not to mention an outer court disciple. Yang Yi smiled embarrassedly, and then he hesitated for a moment and gazed at Yu Qingwu. Are you going to sit here? She hesitated for a moment and shook her head. So many people hadn't sat there. Obviously, Lu Yunxian was extraordinary. She didn't want to get in trouble, nor did she want to break a taboo. Yang Yi shook his head and smiled. The Sword Tao is boundless, and how many difficulties are there on that path? If a person's name can make you stop, how will you ever continue forward? Yang Yi walked over as he spoke. As far as he was concerned, it was just a seat, and it didn't matter if he used it or not. However, he felt that Yu Qingwu wasn't bad. Since they'd met and fate had brought them together, had reminded her of that. Of course, whether she understood was her own problem. Just like that, Yang Yi sat at the center seat of the 3. Meanwhile, Yu Qingwu was stunned for a while. She seemed to have thought of something, causing her to become slightly excited and overjoyed, but it didn't take long for her to calm down. Because she'd thought of many things, like the consequences and trouble that would come. A long time passed before she shot a complicated glance at Yang Yi. She didn't follow him. Yang Yi sighed softly in his heart but didn't say anything. It was normal to have such concerns. The Sword Tao was like the future that everyone in the mortal world talked about. Why did many people live mediocre lives? Because they were afraid and didn't dare to risk it all. They thought of failure before they even tried something. They considered their way out before they even took the first step. Rejection. At most times, they rejected their own chances before something even began. As far as Yang Yi was concerned, if someone refused to try, only a life of mediocrity awaited. But if someone tried, even failure was better than not trying. So long as one was alive, one always had a chance. But if one feared failure and was fearful in everything, what was the point of doing anything? Just like this very moment. Yu Qingwu didn't dare to step forward because she feared Lu Yunxian. Since others didn't dare to do it, why should she? But she had never thought about why she had to fear him. Even if she was beaten up and tortured for it, so long as she remained alive, she could work hard to grow stronger and take revenge. After all, they were all geniuses. Sword Scroll sighed softly in the primordial pagoda. As someone who'd lived as long as her, she'd seen all sorts of geniuses, but she rarely saw one with Yan Ye's mentality. It could be said that Yan Ye's natural talent was absolutely inferior when compared to Nanjing, but there was something he had which wasn't inferior to her, and it was his will and mentality. His mentality to never accept defeat or fear it. Just as Yang Yi had said in the past, had lost, suffered, and almost died. Had cried too. But he had never cowered. At this moment, Yang Yi was clearly the center of attention. The 5-world realm expert glanced at Yang Yi and continued with his lass. Yang Yi listened seriously. Needless to say, the old man's class was very good, and had gained something from it. A long time later, the old man stopped and gazed at them. 3 questions. Raise your hands. Countless raised their hands. The old man glanced at a young man with a mole by the side of his mouth. Because the young man had been very focused on the class and was frequently in deep thought. The young man hurriedly stood up when he saw the old man's gaze fall on him. He bowed and said, Elder Xian, I learned a sword technique, the same one as senior brother Lu Yunxian. But why is mine much weaker than his? The old man glanced at the young man and asked, How many times have you cultivated it? The young man thought for a moment and replied, A month, 100 times per day. The old man replied, Go back and train 3,000 times per day. Persist for 6 months, then try again. He gazed at the others. Continue. It didn't take long for the old man to answer 2 more questions. Right when they thought Elder Xian would be leaving, he gazed at Yang Yi. That seat belongs exclusively to a disciple called Lu Yunxian. It's empty on both sides because no one dares to sit by his side. Did you know that? Yang Yi was slightly stunned. He hadn't expected the old man to suddenly speak to him, and so he replied with a question. So what? Elder Xian said, Lu Yunxian is at the Limit Breaker realm, and he's becoming an inner court disciple very soon. While he's only at the 1-world realm, he can defeat 2-world realm experts. Yang Yi thought for a moment and asked, Senior, did the ancient sword sect give these 3 seats to him? The old man shook his head. Yang Yi smiled. See? Since they don't really belong to him, why can't I use them? We should be reasonable people, right? Reason? The old man had a spurious smile on his face. You like to reason with people? Yang Yi nodded and replied seriously. I've always believed that communication and reasoning with others is the only way to resolve conflict. Sword Scroll shook her head in the pagoda. The way Yang Yi reasoned with people was a little special, and most people were unaware of that. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 2488. Go on. Laugh. Many laughed when they heard Yang Yi. Reason? It naturally existed in this world, but the preconditioning for reasoning with others was strength. Because at most times, the strong would never reason with the weak. Just like how a human would never reason with a pig, right? Survival of the fittest. It was vividly displayed by humans. Elder Xian gazed at Yang Yi for a long time and said, You're either an idiot or an extraordinary genius. He shot off on his sword once he finished speaking. Once Elder Xian left, everyone gazed at Yang Yi. They clearly seemed to take pleasure in his misfortune, but they were also curious. Of course, most of them were taking pleasure in his misfortune. The first person to break a taboo would always receive strange gazes from others. Yang Yi ignored them and left. Yu Qingwu hesitated for a moment and followed Yang Yi. She glanced at him and said, We should keep a low profile. Yang Yi smiled. You think him not? She nodded. Absolutely. Yang Yi chuckled and said, Miss Jean Wu, I don't agree with you. Alright, forget that. I have other things to do, so farewell. Yang Yi vanished on the spot. She stopped on the spot and lowered her head slightly in deep thought. No one knew what she was thinking. A long time passed before she sighed softly and left. Yang Yi went to the mountain range behind the sect. It was part of the sect's territory, and there were powerful demon beasts here. However, these demon beasts were being fostered by the ancient sword sect itself, or they could be considered as subordinates of the sect. After searching for a long time, Yang Yi found a quiet place and entered the primordial pagoda. Cultivation. Now, he used every moment he had to cultivate, both in the sword domain and flying swords. He wanted to make the best use of his sword domain, or to be more precise, he wanted to bring out the most from it. Especially the ability to analyze his opponent's flaws with the sword domain. He wanted to cultivate it to the extreme. So long as his enemy didn't destroy the sword domain, he was invincible within it. Of course, there were special circumstances, like in Nanjing and Arya. He didn't know how strong a Nanjing was, and Arya's body was so abnormal that she was practically invincible against those in the same realm of cultivation. Fortunately, they were on his side. At the world in the first level, Yang Yi stood on the spot. The dragon and Oxy were in front of him. Yang Yi gazed at them and said, "Attack me together!" Oxy was quite hesitant, but it didn't take long for Yang Yi to say, "If you don't use your full strength, they'll tell Snowy and Arya that you were talking behind their backs. I'm sure you know that they'll believe me, right?" Oxy discarded his hesitance completely, and he just raised his axe and charged at Yang Yi. At this moment, he just wanted to chop Yang Yi to death. The dragon leaped up and slammed itself at Yang Yi as well. Yang Yi stared at them. At this moment, he was using space to clearly sense their flaws and intentions. Especially Oxy, he was full of flaws. If it was a life and death battle, he could take Oxy's head before Oxy's axe even descended. As for the dragon, it was very fast and powerful, but it was using space to propel itself forward. Moreover, its weak point was the reverse scale, and Yang Yi had deduced at least 3 ways to strike that reverse scale at the instant the dragon had attacked. However, Yang Yi didn't attack. Once he finished analyzing everything, he knew he could crush them with ease. So, at this moment, their speed started to slow down in his mind. Actually, it was the sword domain that helped improve his instinct in battle. Time trickled by, and it didn't take long for Yang Yi to attack. Flying swords. His flying sword could simply be described as coming and going like a shadow within the sword domain. His flying swords weren't really flying within his sword domain, they were teleporting through the space within the sword domain. It could be said that they had merged into one with space because of him. In the sword domain, 3-dimensional space was completely within his control. Oxy and the dragon were gradually incapable of fighting back. It was an absolutely aggrieving battle to them, because they were constantly being forced into a passive position and weren't even able to touch Yang Yi's clothes. A short while later, they seemed to have noticed something, and they stopped attacking Yang Yi and moved their attention to his sword domain instead. Destroy the sword domain. Brute force. As Oxy and the dragon started to attack it violently, Yang Yi's countenance instantly turned pale. He didn't attack again and just dispersed the sword domain. After that, he gazed at them and laughed bitterly. Once the sword domain was gone, his ability to analyze them vanished. Because he couldn't just use space alone to sense everything about them. Besides that, there was another critical flaw, and it was that he had to end the fight quickly when he fought powerful opponents within the sword domain. Otherwise, if his opponent attacked the sword domain, it would cause grave harm to him, harm to his soul. Actually, at the moment they wanted to destroy the sword domain, he could have struck a lethal strike on both of them. However, their actions allowed him to realize a flaw in his sword domain. But it was normal because there was nothing truly perfect. Yang Yi left, and Oxy and the dragon heaved sighs of relief. They were truly afraid of Yang Yi. Yang Yi was a terrifying threat to them. It made them wonder if all humans were so shameless. At the ascension platform, Yang Yi found Sword Scroll. Sword Scroll suddenly said. You must become an elite disciple. Yan Yi was puzzled. Why? Sword Scroll spoke solemnly. Only elite disciples can enter the most secret place in the Ancient Sword Sect, the Ancient Sword Cave. It's where the Ancient Sword Sect's founder fell, and it's the most mysterious place in the sect. My main body is there too. It's protected by extraordinary experts, so you must enter openly, and that's the only way for you to obtain the fragments of my main body. An elite disciple? Yan Yi had quite the headache. It's too troublesome. I don't want to waste too much time here. Do you have any other ideas? She replied indifferently. Take it by force? Want to try that? Force. Yang Yi laughed embarrassedly. He knew it was impossible because he didn't want to be hunted. Moreover, he may not even be able to succeed. Sword Scroll said. Based on your natural talent and strength, it won't take long for you to succeed. Besides that, if my main body is restored, then if it's combined with your sword domain, I dare guarantee that you can even annihilate 5 World Realm experts in an instant. Even Lord Realm experts would be easily killed. Yan Yi was excited. Is it that strong? Sword Scroll replied indifferently. The spirits of the demon Wings of Death and Executor are either in deep sleep or unconscious from a severe injury. But I'm different, my spirit is whole. So if my main body is restored, you will truly possess a super divine treasure, one with its spirit intact. That's a completely different thing. Yang Yi fell silent. He naturally understood what she meant. Executor couldn't unleash its full strength right now, and its spirit hadn't acknowledged him as its master, nor would it try to assist him in battle. But Sword Scroll was different. If her main body was restored, she would help him. The full support of a super divine treasure combined with his own identity as a sword cultivator would allow him to unleash absolutely extraordinary strength. A short while later, Yang Yi shook his head and chuckled. Sword Scroll, you're afraid I wouldn't retrieve those fragments for you, right? She glanced at him and remained silent. Yang Yi said, I didn't come here with you for a super divine treasure. Yes, I'm someone who only seeks benefits at some times, but it depends on the person. Consider retrieving your main body as my way of repaying you for all the help you've given me. As for what you do after you've recovered, I won't force you to stay. I'm not playing tricks or trying to make you feel moved, this is just how I think. Yang Yi left the pagoda once he finished speaking. Sword Scroll remained silent on the ascension platform. Outside the primordial pagoda, Yang Yi returned to the ancient sword sect. Every outer court disciple had their own abode, and he did too. An elite disciple. He had to find a way to become an elite disciple now, and he had to first become an inner court disciple. He could only take it a step at a time because if he did it too quickly, it would increase his chances of being suspected and getting into trouble. He was here to steal. No, those fragments belonged to Sword Scroll, so he wasn't really stealing. He was just returning them to their rightful owner. An inner court disciple. Yang Yi left his room and went to Yuqing Wu. She gazed at him with astonishment. You want to become an inner court disciple? Yang Yi nodded. Can't I? She glanced at him and replied. You must pass a test to become one, and only Limit Breaker Realm experts can pass it. But you're... Yang Yi was only at the True Void Realm. Yang Yi asked. What's the test? She was about to answer him when laughter suddenly came from the side. Wow! This young junior brother just became an outer court disciple, yet he wants to become an inner court disciple already. TSK, TSK. Outstanding! Yan Yi and Yuqing Wu looked over, and they saw a man with a sword in his grasp. He was wearing a large and loose robe, and he had a sword chest on his back. Yan Yi replied with a question. Can't I? The man was slightly stunned and chuckled. Of course. But it sounds quite funny to me. Let me tell you a story. There was once an ant who actually wanted to move a tree. Tell me, isn't that laughable? You. Suddenly, Yan Yi vanished on the spot, and then everyone here was stunned. Yan Yi had suddenly grabbed hold of the man's throat. Yan Yi squeezed down slightly and looked the man in the eyes. Go on. Continue. Laugh for me. Huh? Why aren't you laughing? Fucking laugh right now. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 2489 Act. Chapter 2489 Act. Everyone here was stunned. Especially the other outer court disciples who'd been standing behind the man. As for the most shocked, it was Yu Qingwu, because the young man in Yan Ye's grasp was an actual true world realm expert. A true world realm expert hadn't even been able to fight back against a true void realm expert. Yan Yi looked the young man in the eyes. Why aren't you laughing? He squeezed down even more as he spoke. At this moment, how could the young man even laugh? He was on the verge of death. His face was terrifyingly pale. Yi Yang! Meanwhile, an outer court disciple spoke angrily. That's senior brother Su Fan Yu. That outer court disciple hadn't even finished speaking when Yang Yi slammed the man into the ground. Bang! The ground cracked open while blood sprayed. Yan Yi patted his hands together and looked up at the outer court disciple who'd just spoken. What did you just say? I didn't hear you properly. Why don't you repeat that again? That outer court disciple's face was quite unsightly. He mustered up the courage to repeat himself, but he immediately discarded that thought when he saw the terrible state Su Fan was in. Yan Yi withdrew his gaze and looked at Su Fan, who'd stood up now. The first thing Su Fan did upon standing up was to draw his sword. He swung it. Such a terrible humiliation had made his mind lose clarity. Under normal circumstances, he should apologize because anyone could discern that the man before him wasn't someone he could go against. But at this moment, Su Fan's mind was filled with rage and was utterly devoid of clarity. Just like that, he was blasted away as soon as he drew his sword, and his figure flew over 1 kilometer away. Su Fan spat out multiple mouthfuls of blood as he flew while his body cracked open, inch by inch. It was just a tiny bit away from completely collapsing. It was obvious how heavy Yang Ye's attack had been. Bang! Su Fan crashed to the ground. At this moment, his mind had cleared up completely. He was no match for Yang Yi. That was the conclusion he'd come to. Yang Yi walked over to Su Fan, and the others in the surroundings gazed at Yang Yi fearfully. Yang Yi ignored them and looked down at Su Fan. No hatred is without reason, and it's the same for conflict. So, tell me why you've come in search of trouble with me? Su Fan stared at Yang Yi and remained silent. Yang Yi grinned. I'll count to 3. I'll shatter your body if you don't answer me. Yi Yang! One of the other outer court disciples spoke abruptly. That's against the sect's rules. Yu Qingwu spoke softly. Brother Ye, the sect doesn't prohibit sparring, but you can't go too far. You'll be expelled if you destroy his body. Expelled. Yang Yi gazed at Su Fan and smiled. This is what you're relying on. It's fine, you can give it a try and see if I dare to shatter your body. Yang Yi raised 3 fingers. Su Fan was quite an unyielding person, and he remained silent even after Yang Yi had countered to 2. Yang Yi shook his head and smiled, and then he kicked Su Fan's stomach. Bang! Su Fan's body instantly exploded apart. It was gone. His body was gone. Everyone here was stunned, including Su Fan. He was just a soul now, and he hadn't expected the man before him would actually dare to destroy his body. His body was gone. Su Fan's mind had gone blank. While his body could be rebuilt, and the ancient sword sect had the treasures to assist with that, how long would it take? Moreover, having it shattered would affect him tremendously. His future was gone. It could be said that his future was truly gone. Su Fan's face was covered in despair. Yang Yi gazed at the other outer court disciple. You should know why he came to look for trouble with me, right? That outer court disciple glanced at Yang Yi, hesitated for a moment, and said, Senior brother Lu Yunxian. Yang Yi asked. He ordered this? That outer court disciple shook his head. Senior brother Su Fan knows that you sat at senior brother Lu Yongshin's spot, so he came to look for trouble with you. He felt you had no right to sit there, so he wanted to teach you a lesson on behalf of senior brother Lu Yunxian. Yang Yi shook his head and chuckled. He gazed at Su Fan, who was just a soul now. Are you in such a hurry to curry favor with him? Su Fan stared at Yang Yi while resentment filled his eyes. You want revenge? Yang Yi smiled and started walking slowly in Su Fan's direction. Everyone here was shocked, and they wondered if the man before them planned to kill Su Fan. Suddenly, a middle-aged man appeared before Yang Yi. The outer court disciples hurriedly bowed respectfully when they saw him. Elder Kong Ming! Kong Ming! One of the outer court elders, and his job was to manage the outer court disciples. Kong Ming gazed at Yang Yi for a long time and said, Was it necessary to injure him this severely? Yang Yi said, He's the one who came looking for trouble. Kong Ming spoke coldly. So you destroyed his body and want to kill him? Yang Yi replied. Do you see his eyes? He will definitely seek revenge. If I don't kill him now, he'll stab me in the back another time. Don't you think so too? Kong Ming gazed coldly at Yang Yi. You're all in the same sect, yet you don't give any consideration to that. You're not suited for my outer court. Do you understand what I mean? Yu Qingwa's expression changed when she heard this. Kong Ming was planning on expelling Yang Yi. The other outer court disciples heaved sighs of relief. They felt it was best if someone like Yang Yi was kicked out. Yang Yi chuckled. All right, since I'm not suited to be here, I'll go to the inner court. That works, right? Kong Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. You think you're very strong? Yang Yi shook his head. Elder Kong Ming, you must realize that I didn't cause trouble here, it's he who caused trouble. I was just defending myself. That isn't wrong, isn't it? Kong Ming laughed coldly. You destroyed his body and wanted to kill him, yet you say your actions aren't wrong? You're amazing. I'm an outer court elder, and I announce now that you, Yi Yang, are not a disciple of the ancient sword sect anymore. If you're still here in an hour from now, I'll kill you myself. Yang Yi shrugged and gazed at Yu Qingwu. Where's the inner court's test? She hesitated for a moment and replied, At inner court peak. She pointed into the distance while she spoke. Yang Yi nodded. Thank you. Once he finished speaking, Yang Yi walked off in that direction. The other disciples were stunned by this. Is he that audacious? He doesn't even fear an outer court elder? Kong Ming's face was extremely gloomy. Suddenly, he clawed at Yang Yi from afar, causing the space around Yang Yi to warp. The four-world realm. Kong Ming was at the four-world realm. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. He was on the verge of being unable to restrain his temper. Right when he was about to counterattack, a voice resounded. Let him come. Kong Ming frowned, but he withdrew his attack a moment later. Yang Yi glanced at Kong Ming and walked off. Kong Ming fell silent on the spot for a long time, and then he followed Yang Yi. The others here did the same. Inner Court Peak. Yang Yi arrived at the test area to become an Inner Court disciple, and he was greeted by a white-haired old man who was a 5-world realm expert. However, the old man was quite old, and his face was covered in wrinkles. Actually, it wasn't difficult for experts at this level to alter their appearances. However, it depended on the person's preference. Some preferred to let nature take its course, and some preferred to stay young. Behind Yang Yi was Kong Ming and numerous disciples from the outer court. Yu Qingwu and Mou were there too. The white-haired old man glanced at Yang Yi. Since you dared to act so fearlessly, and showed no fear toward an outer court elder, there are only two possibilities. Your backing is formidable, or you're formidable. Of course, it may be both. Yang Yi spoke in a low voice. Thank you for giving me this opportunity, senior. The old man shook his head. You have this chance, but if you fail to pass the test, then I'll destroy your body myself, and then I'll let the outer court elders deal with you. Yang Yi asked, What if I pass it? The old man glanced at him. Then you'll be a disciple of the inner court, and outer court elders can't interfere in your business. Kong Ming's face was quite unsightly. Yang Yi smiled. Then let's begin. The old man replied indifferently. It's a very simple test. To be an inner court disciple, you must be at the limit breaker realm. Of course, if you're not at the limit breaker realm, possessing such strength in advance will make you even more welcome here in the inner court. As he spoke, he waved his right hand, and a huge cage appeared in the space around Yang Yi. The cage was made of unknown black metal, but it was ethereal. So, the people outside could still see what was happening within it. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and was quite puzzled. Suddenly, a powerful aura appeared before him, and then a huge demon beast arrived in front of him. The demon beast was shaped like a wolf, completely dark violet, with a head like a lion and extremely long fangs that could touch the ground. The demon beast's eyes were filled with a ferocious glow and viciousness. Someone outside the cage exclaimed, "It's a two-world realm demon beast, a primal lion wolf!" The two-world realm. At this moment, the other outer court disciples started to pity Yang Yi a little. After all, a demon beast's strength far surpassed a human in the same realm of cultivation. Of course, they took even more pleasure in Yang Yi's misfortune. In the cage, the old man glanced at Yang Yi. "Do you have a problem with this?" Yang Yi nodded. Of course he did. He was in quite a dilemma. How should he deal with this demon beast? Smash it down with a single punch? No, that would be too shocking for everyone here. Draw out the battle until it ended with them being equally matched. But he didn't want to waste too much time. It was difficult. Truly a dilemma. Suddenly, the primal lion wolf charged at him. Yang Yi was about to attack when Sword Scroll's voice resounded in his mind. "Act! You must put on an act!" Yang Yi was stunned speechless. Chapter 2490 The Emperor of Acting. Chapter 2490 The Emperor of Acting. Put on an act. Yang Yi had no choice this time. Because if he defeated the two-world realm demon beast with ease, it would be really unusual. Extremely unusual. At this moment, the primal lion wolf had arrived before him. Yang Yi clenched his right fist and slammed it forward. He only used 30% of his strength. It slammed straight against the primal lion wolf's head. Bam! The lion wolf was blasted backward, and at practically the exact same moment, Sword Scroll's voice resounded in Yang Yi's mind. "Retreat!" Yang Yi reacted very quickly. He tapped his right foot against the ground and shot backward like a cannonball. He flew all the way to the cage's wall before stopping himself. Kong Ming and the others outside the cage smiled coldly from the sight of this, but it didn't take long for their smiles to freeze. It was because Yang Yi had crawled up to his feet again. He was on his feet again. They were stunned. "A body cultivator!" Kong Ming stared at Yang Yi. He hadn't expected Yang Yi to be a body cultivator. No one had expected it. After all, body cultivators were rare in every world. Because human bodies were innately weak. Unless it was someone blessed naturally by the heavens, very few would ever cultivate the body. It was too painful and difficult. Yet now, they had encountered someone like that. Yang Yi crawled up from the ground and clenched his fists. His gaze was extremely vigilant, as if he was facing a formidable enemy. The lion wolf glanced at Yang Yi. Its instinct told it that this man before it was very dangerous, but it was doubtful when it saw Yang Yi's face. What danger would a human like Yang Yi pose? He was just a body cultivator. So, the lion wolf charged at Yang Yi again. It was very fast, and it was extremely strong too. Space rippled in its wake. Yang Yi gritted his teeth and acted like he was resolved to die in this collision, and it didn't take long for him to charge at the lion wolf too. Just like that, Yang Yi and the lion wolf collided once more. Bang! They split apart again. Yang Yi was blasted away and slammed against the cage, causing it to shake. As for the lion wolf, it was pushed back repeatedly and slammed against the cage too. Powerful! The lion wolf was quite vigilant at this point. It looked up at Yang Yi, and it saw Yang Yi twitching incessantly on the ground as if he was enduring terrible pain. The lion wolf was stunned and wondered if it had killed Yang Yi. Suddenly, Yang Yi crawled up slowly to his feet. It seemed like he couldn't even walk steadily at this point, and he almost tripped and fell again. The lion wolf glanced at Yang Yi and charged at him once more. This time, it charged faster and with more force behind it. The others shook their heads from the sight of this and couldn't bear to watch. As far as they were concerned, Yang Yi would be turned to mush now. Bang! An explosion resounded, and the lion wolf was blasted away. Of course, Yang Yi was blasted away first, and he slammed against the cage, almost blasting it into bits. Yang Yi laid there on the ground as his body trembled even more violently than before. The lion wolf didn't feel very well either. Force went in both ways, so when it collided against Yang Yi with such force, the force of collision was something that even it couldn't endure repeatedly. Moreover, others may not realize it, but it knew very well that the young man on the ground over there possessed extremely powerful strength. Moreover, it had a feeling like the young man was holding back. Was it a misconception? Yang Yi crawled up shakily, and then he almost fell again once he got on his feet. Head stood up again. Everyone had a weird expression on their faces. He was on his feet again. It was the same for the lion wolf. He can still stand? But he must be almost spent. The lion wolf didn't allow its thoughts to wander, and just charged at Yang Yi once more. This time, it used its full strength and was determined to blast Yang Yi into mush. Yang Yi gritted his teeth and seemed resolved to die as he leaped up and charged as well. Just like that, they collided once more. Boom! An explosion resounded throughout the cage, and it shook violently. When everything calmed down, Yang Yi was on the ground, and so was the primal lion wolf. The spectators were stunned speechless. It didn't take long for the lion wolf to get back on its feet. If one looked carefully, one would notice that its body had cracked open. As for Yang Yi, his body was trembling incessantly as if he wouldn't be able to hold on any longer. Not long after the primal demon got back on its feet, Yang Yi did the same. The lion wolf was utterly stunned by this. He can still get up. It had used its full strength earlier. As far as it was concerned, it could crush that human to death with absolute ease. Because the human was on the verge of exhaustion. However, the cruel fact before him was that the human had got up again. Again. The primal lion wolf was furious. Its ferocity had been aroused. The lion wolf's eyes were filled with ferocity and viciousness, and it only took a moment for it to charge at Yang Yi again. At this moment, everyone could sense its rage and viciousness. Yang Yi took a deep breath, and then his face strained. It was like he was using all his strength as he quickly charged forward. Just like that, they collided once more. Boom! A wave of powerful energy erupted within the cage, causing cracks to appear throughout the cage. This time, they didn't split apart but were locked in combat instead. Yes. The man and beast were fighting at close quarters. A melee battle. Fist against claw. The spectators were dumbstruck. A human at the True Void Realm was fighting a melee battle against a two-world realm demon beast. In the primordial pagoda, the dragon and the other demons exchanged glances as they wondered what Yang Yi was doing. After all, they knew Yang Yi's strength very well. Logically speaking, a demon like that would only take a single punch from him. But he seemed like he wasn't really a match for it right now. The man and demon were still fighting outside the pagoda. A long time passed before Yang Yi asked, "Sword Scroll, can I stop acting?" A short while later, she spoke solemnly. "No, you must barely win or the higher-ups of the ancient sword sect will become suspicious." Barely win? Yang Yi shook his head. It felt so troublesome to him. However, for the sake of Sword Scroll's main body, he had no other choice. Just like that, man and beast fought for almost an hour before they finally stopped. Yang Yi laid there on the ground while the lion wolf did the same. They were exhausted. It was truly exhausted this time. It had used all its strength, but that seemingly exhausted human refused to go down. He just wouldn't go down. Even if he did fall to the ground, he would climb back up again. Just like this very moment, the human was ceaselessly trembling on the ground as if he couldn't stand up again. However, it knew very well that so long as it charged over, the human would climb back up and fight it. It didn't want to fight anymore. As if he could sense the lion wolf's feelings, the white-haired old man outside the cage spoke abruptly. That's enough! That's enough! Did he get in? Or did he fail? Everyone gazed at the old man. The old man waved his hand, and Yang Yi was left behind while everyone else was made to leave. The outer court elder, Kong Ming, hesitated for a moment and walked over to the old man. Elder Su, he's heartless and doesn't care about his fellow disciples at all. He'll bring calamity to us if he's allowed to stay. The old man glanced at Yang Yi and said, He's a good piece of metal. If we temper him well, he may become a pretty good genius for our sect, and a few dozen years later, he may become a central pillar of our sect. Kong Ming thought for a moment and said, As you say, Elder Su. Elder Su nodded slightly. Don't think too much about it. People with strength and talent usually have a temper, and the young having a temper is pretty normal. Don't worry, it'll make him change once he enters the inner court. After all, none of the geniuses in the inner court have a good temper. Kong Ming nodded and left. The other disciples naturally didn't dare to stay and left too. Elder Su walked over to Yang Yi and asked, Are you still going to keep your act up? Yang Yi remained there motionlessly. Elder Su spoke indifferently. Do you want me to help you loosen up? Yang Yi knew that he couldn't continue the act. He stood up and smiled embarrassedly. Sorry, Elder Su. The old man glanced at him and spoke indifferently. The limit breaker realm? Yang Yi stopped concealing it and restored his cultivation. The old man asked, Your body too? Yang Yi nodded. Elder Su nodded slightly. How rare. Tell me, why have you come to my sect? Yang Yi thought for a moment and said, I want to learn the ancient sword sect's best mental cultivation techniques and sword techniques, like the ancient sword scroll and heavenly sword scripture. The heavenly sword scripture had been written by sword scroll too. It was a powerful sword technique which wasn't very useful to him. He only mentioned it so he could gain Elder Zu's trust. Elder Zu's eyes narrowed slightly. Few are aware of the ancient sword scroll, and very few know of the heavenly sword scripture. Yang Yi spoke solemnly. I really want to learn them. Elder Su asked, Are you from the South Regions Yi clan? Yang Yi thought for a moment and replied, Yes, but I'm just an illegitimate child from a branch family. In short, there's no link between us, and they don't know about me. An illegitimate child? Elder Su frowned slightly. How did an illegitimate child attain such accomplishments? Yang Yi hesitated for a moment. Senior, can I obtain some fortuitous encounters? You're just asking because you're afraid I have malicious intentions. But Senior, just think about it, what can I possibly do? My goal is simple, it's the ancient sword scroll and heavenly sword scripture. If you refuse to let me learn it, I'll just leave. Elder Su gazed at Yang Yi for a long time and said, You're very frank. As for those techniques, if you have the ability, you can learn them all. You're an inner court disciple of my ancient sword sect now. Chapter 2491 Completely Bare. Chapter 2491 Completely Bare. An inner court disciple. Just like that, Yang Yi was an inner court disciple of the ancient sword sect. The treatment received by inner court disciples was much better than outer court disciples. They didn't just receive classes from Lord Realm experts every month, they were given 100 eternal immortal crystals. Besides that, there were many other benefits. However, they had many missions too. There weren't many inner court disciples, less than 50 in fact. As for elite disciples, there were even fewer. Perhaps there were only around 10 of them. Elite disciples were the true core of the ancient sword sect because they were the central pillars of the sect. Thus, the sect gave these elite disciples abundant resources. Simply speaking, elite disciples could enter the ancient sword cave, and it was there that Sword Scroll's main Bodhis fragments resided. Now, it was clearly impossible for him to directly seek to become an elite disciple. It would be too insane, and it would draw the attention of the sect's higher-ups. He had to keep a low profile, He had to take it slow. In his room, Yang Yi sat cross-legged and Sword Scroll spoke abruptly. You can take a look at the Sword Cliff. The Sword Cliff? Yang Yi asked. What's that? Sword Scroll replied. It's where the founder of the ancient sword sect perished. He was a figure of the ancient times, someone from the same generation as Wu and I and the others. Yang Yi asked. What's over there? She fell silent for a short while and replied. I'm not sure. But you can try your luck there. Moreover, his sword intent and will in the sword Tao still remain there, and they may be of help to you. Yang Yi thought for a moment and nodded. If it was someone from the same generation as Wu and I, he would definitely not be ordinary. Moreover, he was a sword cultivator, so there was definitely something to learn from him. Yang Yi thought for a moment, and then he left for the Sword Cliff. Because of how unique the Sword Cliff was, the ancient sword sect didn't prohibit any disciples from going there. All the disciples could observe and comprehend the will in the sword Tao and sword intent their founding ancestor had left behind. Of course, it was only open to inner court disciples and elite disciples. It was one of the benefits they received. Once he arrived at the Sword Cliff, Yang Yi saw some people there. Some were in deep thought before the cliff, some were seated cross-legged as if they were in comprehension, and some had started to practice with their swords. It was quite bustling. Sword Scroll suddenly said, Go over, a strand of the founding ancestor's sword intent is there. Yang Yi nodded and walked over. There was a man and a woman already there. Both of them were very young and around his age. The man wore a violet robe with a sword chest on his back. He was seated cross-legged there with his eyes closed, seeming to be in deep thought. The woman, on the other hand, wore an ink-green dress with landscape embroidered on it. She was pretty, not gorgeous, but had quite an elegant aura. As if she had sensed his arrival, the woman suddenly glanced at Yang Yi. Yang Yi nodded slightly as a form of greeting, but she immediately moved her gaze away. Yang Yi didn't mind because the people of this world weren't very friendly at most times. In any case, it didn't bother him. Yang Yi's gaze descended onto the cliff wall, and it was smooth as a mirror. Yang Yi didn't notice anything on it, so he pondered deeply for a moment, and closed his eyes. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to sense a strand of sword intent. Sword intent. It wasn't strong. After all, even the strongest sword intent would be corroded by time. Yang Yi was visibly moved because of something that it contained instead. Will. Yang Yi sensed the will of the ancient sword sect's founding ancestor through his sword intent. Unyielding. An unyielding will. Had seen something like it in the past, but they were completely different. The unyielding will in this sword intent was toward the world, the heavens, all things, and destiny itself. A very, very long time ago. When humans had just appeared on the earth, humans were innately weaker when compared to other races like the demon race. The humans were enslaved during that time. The human race's current status had been obtained with the sacrifice of countless. Just like the human race's method of cultivation. If the ancestors of the past hadn't invented them, the human race would have probably vanished from history by now. As for those who had been able to survive those times, they were absolutely not ordinary. Unyielding. The people of that era had an unyielding spirit. Actually, if he thought about it, Wu and I, martial ancestor, and Qin Xuanan had the same will. Unyielding, no matter what. It was a form of belief in the sword Tao. Actually, the ancient sword sect's founding ancestor had a rather similar sword Tao with Yang Yi. They were generally alike, but there were some differences. Belief in the sword Tao. Yang Yi suddenly thought of something. Since An Nanjing could merge her beliefs in the martial Tao into her spear, why couldn't he do the same with the sword? Belief. At most times, belief was extremely important, and it may become a person's source of strength, like belief energy. The founding ancestor of the ancient sword sect didn't possess an unyielding sword intent, it was that had added his own beliefs into his sword intent. That was Yang Yi's understanding of it all, and his analysis received Sword Scroll's acknowledgement. Suddenly, a voice interrupted Yang Yi's thought. You're Yi Yang? Yang Yi turned around and noticed that it was the woman who'd spoken those words. Yang Yi nodded. She spoke indifferently. I heard you just joined the outer court, and then you quickly became an inner court disciple. Yan Yi smiled. That isn't illegal, right? She glanced at him. You're very arrogant. Yan Yi shook his head. You're wrong. I just don't conform to the expectations of many in some rules. So, you think I'm arrogant? She gazed at him for a long time and said, There's this mission, want to do it together? A mission? Yan Yi shook his head. I'm not interested. She replied. Don't you want to become an elite disciple? Yan Yi smiled. Don't lie to me. I have to be at the 4-world realm at least to become an elite disciple, and I need to be capable of fighting 5-world realm experts. There's a strict requirement toward age 2. She shook her head. That's in the past. Now, we have an opportunity. Yan Yi replied. Huh? She spoke indifferently. Have you heard of the war dimension? The war dimension. Yan Yi nodded. I know a little. She said. The desolate race will go to war with Eternal Kingdom, sooner or later. At that time, we'll be summoned to fight. Now, the war dimension seems to need more people, and it's open to the outside now. Want to give it a try? Yan Yi hesitated for a moment and asked. The requirements to enter the war dimension aren't any lower than the requirements to become an elite disciple, right? She shook her head. Its requirements are quite low now. Or to be more precise, they are looking to recruit a secondary team, or you can call us the replacement team. So long as we get into the war dimension, the sect may allow us to become elite disciples in advance. Because the various powers have an agreement that states all elite disciples are protected. In other words, old geezers cannot act against the core disciples of the various powers. If we enter the war dimension, it's very likely that the sect makes us elite disciples. Because those who survive the war dimension are much stronger than the elite disciples of the various powers. The war dimension! Yan Yi naturally knew about it. It was where the Eternal Kingdom specially fostered experts to fight the desolate race. And Yan Yi really wanted to go have a look. Yan Yi gazed at her. Why are you asking me to join you? She replied indifferently. You're not the only one. Many other inner court disciples will be giving it a try. Or I should say that anyone with some strength will be trying. If we're able to get in, at least we can take care of each other. There's always conflict where there are people, and it's 100 times crueler than the world outside. Yan Yi thought for a moment and replied, Are you sure we can become elite disciples by joining the war dimension? She shook her head. I dare not say for sure. Yan Yi thought for a moment and replied, All right, let's give it a try. 1 month. She continued, Well, teleport over in a month from now. Prepare well during this month. Right, Mmoya. Mmoya. Yan Yi nodded. See you in a month. Yan Yi turned around and left. He wanted to head back and give belief a lot of thought. Once Yan Yi left, the man suddenly opened his eyes. Demonis Mo, why have you taken a liking to him? She replied indifferently. Can't I? He replied. Let me give you a warning. He's not ordinary, so it's best if you don't target him. Otherwise, you'll die before you know it. Oh? She was suddenly quite interested. Shuiren, why don't you tell me why he isn't ordinary? The man, Shuiren, stood up slowly. That's all I have to say. It's your problem whether you believe it or not. He turned around and left. Amoya grinned. I wouldn't ask him if he was ordinary. A powerful body refiner. I haven't seen one in a very, very long time. Yan Yi returned to his room, sat down cross-legged, and entered the primordial pagoda. Sword Scroll went over to him and said, She seems to possess the inner charm physique, it's similar to Xixian's physique. Yan Yi was slightly stunned, and then he smiled. What does that have to do with me? Sword Scroll replied indifferently. Body refiners and those with special physiques are her favorite. Because they are full of vitality and carry special effects. If I'm not wrong, she is targeting you. Of course, it may be because she wants to absorb everything you have. The inner charm physique. Yan Yi seemed to have thought of something. It's just like Xixian's physique? Sword Scroll nodded. Oh! At this moment, Yang Yi thought of something. A completely smooth body. Chapter 2492 War Dimension. Chapter 2492 War Dimension. Yang Yi suddenly became agitated when he thought of that. But it didn't take long for him to suppress it. He had important things to attend to, and he could only do those things once he was done with the important stuff. Yang Yi went to the cultivation room, sat down cross-legged, and closed his eyes slowly. Belief. And Nanjing's invincible spear attack carried her beliefs in the martial Tao, and it could be explained as an imposing aura. An imposing aura that advanced courageously to kill any enemy with one strike. It could also be described as confidence, powerful confidence, the confidence of being invincible. An attack that would definitely kill. And Nanjing's imposing aura was something that few could resist. What were his own beliefs and convictions? Yang Yi was quite lost when he thought of this. Because had never considered this. A long time passed. Yang Yi asked himself that question, and he realized that he aimed to protect. Protect, and it could also be considered as his responsibility. There were major responsibilities and minor ones. The responsibilities of ordinary people in the mortal world is to protect their spouse, children, and parents. Why did they work hard every day? Actually, it was to protect their spouse, children, and parents. A person would constantly force themselves to do better for their family. As for Yang Yi, what he protected was actually no different than them. He wanted to protect the people by his side. In the cultivation room, Yang Yi just sat there silently all day and night. On the second day, he suddenly stood up, and then the sword domain covered the entire room. After that, the blood vessels beneath Yang Yi's skin started trembling. A short while later, strands of powerful bloodline energy converged throughout him. At the same time, his madness intent surged out, but it didn't take long for him to suppress it. Pure bloodline energy. Yang Yi looked forward with his sword in hand, and then he suddenly stabbed forward. It wasn't an attack for eternal life or the Grand Tao, it was to protect. Belief. Just like sword intent, it was an ethereal thing, but it did exist. Over and over again. Actually, if someone was watching Yang Yi, that person would think that Yang Yi's attacks weren't changing at all. However, Sword Scroll was able to sense that changes were occurring. They were internal changes. Yang Yi's strongest trump cards were the sword domain, flying swords, and his bloodline. Of course, this belief energy could be added to them now. It was Yang Yi's determination to attack. Yang Yi's attacks had always been decisive, ruthless, and without hesitation. But now that had added belief energy to it, they were faster and even more decisive, ruthless, and lacking in hesitation. It was like how a person would stop hesitating once he or she was sure that it was the right thing to do. Belief energy allowed Yang Yi's sword to become faster and more ruthless. That was the benefit of it. The sword domain, flying swords, bloodline energy, and belief energy. It could be said that defeating a 5-world realm expert wasn't difficult for Yang Yi at all now. Not to mention that he was still suppressing his cultivation. According to his estimations, if his body was strong enough, he could instantly attain the 4-world realm. It was absolutely heaven-defying speed to most people, but it was just alright to him. After all, he possessed a pile of divine treasures and natural treasures. It was like comparing a rich man's son to an ordinary person. How difficult was it for an ordinary person to become a wealthy person without any help? However, if a rich man's son were to start a business, then not to mention just becoming wealthy, that person could become filthy rich. After all, the resources available to them were completely different. Throughout the month, Yang Yi cultivated madly in the sword domain, flying sword, and his bloodline. Yang Yi wanted to bring everything he had to his own limits. A month was like a year in the cultivation world. Actually, Yang Yi had inspected the space within the primordial pagoda. It was different when compared to the space in the outside world. He couldn't see through such a heaven-defying thing, but he knew that the space here and the outside world were somehow linked, but they were different at the same time. Yang Yi wasn't able to fully comprehend the difference. But it was alright because the space here belonged to him. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Yang Yi left the primordial pagoda. As soon as he left his room, he met Amoya. Obviously, she'd been waiting for him. She sized up Yang Yi and said, "Let me be frank. You may die. Even if you die, the sect won't do anything for you. So think about it before you agree." Yang Yi nodded. "Let's go." He wanted to have a look at the war dimension, the place Eternal Kingdom had made specially just to fight against the desolate race. Amoya smiled. "All right, let's go to the teleportation platform then," she suddenly asked as they traveled. "Are you from the South Regions Yi clan?" Yang Yi shook his head. "No." She glanced at him and didn't say anything. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the teleportation platform. At this moment, there were around 10 people gathered here. All of them were Limit Breaker realm experts. The strongest was at the 3-world realm, a robust man with a huge iron sword on his back. Amoya led Yang Yi over to them, and she gazed at the robust man. "Allow me to introduce you. This is our inner court's head disciple, Tai Yuan." The robust man sized up Yang Yi and shook his head. "You just attained the Limit Breaker realm, so it'll be too dangerous for you. You should head back and cultivate a few more years." Yang Yi smiled. "It's fine, I'm not afraid of death." Tai Yuan glanced at Yang Yi. "All right, it's your choice. Then let's go." Suddenly, an old man appeared here. It was the inner court elder, Elder Su. Elder Su could be described as the top elder here in the inner court. They bowed slightly to Elder Su, and the latter nodded. "You'll be representing my ancient sword sect in the war dimension, so remember not to engage in internal strife and allow others to laugh at us." He glanced at Yang Yi and another white-robed man when he spoke. Amoya spoke to Yang Yi via voice transmission. "That's Lu Yunxian. He gained quite a bit of fame after becoming an inner court disciple, and I heard both of you. Anyway, be careful." Yang Yi glanced at the white-robed man and moved his gaze away. All had done was taken the man's seat. Yang Yi felt that it shouldn't be something which made the man treat him as an enemy. Meanwhile, Elder Su added, "This is an opportunity for all of you. As for the sect will benefit from your arrival in the war dimension too. The higher-ups have promised to reward you generously if you're able to enter the war dimension." Yang Yi suddenly asked, "What's the reward?" Everyone gazed at Yang Yi. Elder Su glanced at Yang Yi too. "Why ask about all of that? You'll find out once you get in." Yang Yi felt quite helpless because the old man clearly didn't like him much. Elder Su continued, "Our ancient sword sect won't be the only ones entering this time. The South Regions Yi clan, East Regions Lin clan, and East Regions Yu clan will be sending their forces too. Don't bring shame to our sect once you get there. Understand?" They nodded. Elder Su nodded. "Go on." Just like that, they entered the teleportation formation while Elder Su watched. Once they left, the outer court elder appeared beside Elder Su. Elder Su asked, "Have you found out what I asked?" Kong Ming shook his head. "As soon as I started inquiring about the Yi clan, someone from their clan came to see me. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, I didn't continue my investigation. So, I cannot say for sure if he is an illegitimate child of a branch family in the Yi clan. Perhaps only Elderly knows his true identity. But Elderly is dead. So, I think his identity is quite suspicious." "Suspicious?" Elder Zu's eyes narrowed slightly. "It is quite suspicious." Kong Ming spoke solemnly. "His strength isn't sufficient to kill Elderly. I'm afraid he's backed by another power, and they are targeting our sect." Elder Su fell silent for a long time and said, "He's concealing everything very well. I'm afraid his objective isn't merely the ancient sword scroll and heavenly sword scripture." Kong Ming asked, "Should we take action?" Elder Su shook his head. "Let's wait and see. If he really has backing, we'll be alarming them by acting now. If there's no one backing him, then we've misunderstood, and it will cost us a genius. Geniuses are the most important in this world right now. Not to mention that he is concealing his strength very well." According to my estimations, he may have combat strength equivalent to the 3-world realm, or even 4-world realm. Kong Ming's pupils constricted abruptly. That's impossible, right? Elder Su replied indifferently. He wasn't afraid of you at all. There's only one explanation for that: he's confident in his ability to defeat you. Besides that, I've asked the primal lion wolf, and it told me that he's very dangerous, extremely even. He isn't ordinary. Anyway, let's leave him be and watch for now. If his presence will bring harm to our sect, then let me see how he will act against us. But if he won't bring any harm to our ancient sword sect, we naturally should foster him with everything we have so that he'll become a central pillar of our sect. Kong Ming nodded because that was all they could do for now. 2 hours later, Yan Yi and the others left the teleportation passageway, and they appeared on the peak of a mountain. Yan Yi asked, "This is the war dimension." Amoya shook her head. "This is its entrance. We must wait here until people come to get us from the war dimension. After that, we'll find out what is required to get inside." Yan Yi hesitated for a moment and asked, "What do you know about the desolate race?" Amoya replied, "I know a little. I heard they were extremely formidable once. However, they are just losers who we've conquered before. I heard they are trying to make a comeback this time." "Ha ha! They are just courting death." Yan Yi was stunned for quite a while before he asked, "The desolate race isn't terrifying to you?" Amoya replied with a question. "Do you think the desolate race is very terrifying?" "Of course, I can't deny they definitely have some strength. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to attack my eternal kingdom all those years ago. However, you should be aware of the outcome." "The outcome was that they lost, right?" Yan Yi thought for a long time and said, "Sure enough, history is written by the victor. Obviously, Eternal Kingdom had made the desolate race seem weaker when they were educating the future generations. Besides a few people, the entire Eternal Kingdom probably felt that the desolate race wasn't terrifying at all." Chapter 2493 I'm Very Strong. Chapter 2493 I'm Very Strong. Was it good? Or bad? As far as Yang Yu was concerned, it was definitely bad for Eternal Kingdom. They were unaware of the desolate race's true strength. While it made them very confident, they would have an absolute nightmare when they really faced the desolate race. As for Yang Yi himself, it was a good thing. He didn't have a good impression of Eternal Kingdom at all. After all, it was ceaselessly targeting him and Snowy. So, he would definitely choose the desolate race when faced with a choice between the desolate race and Eternal Kingdom. Meanwhile, Amoya sized up Yang Yi and asked, "Do you think the desolate race is very terrifying?" Yang Yi shook his head and smiled. "Forget that. I was just asking. You don't mind, right?" Amoya didn't say anything. Meanwhile, a ray of light appeared in the sky. It didn't take long for it to descend before them, and then it dispersed to reveal a young man in a black robe. The young man glanced at them and asked, "The Ancient Sword Sect?" Tai Yuan stepped forward and cupped his fist. "We are inner court disciples of the Ancient Sword Sect." The young man frowned slightly. "Why are you so weak?" The expressions of the disciples from the Ancient Sword Sect became quite unsightly. It was quite a slap to their faces. The young man ignored the change in their expressions and added, "I thought the sword cultivators of the Ancient Sword Sect would be pretty good, but I didn't expect the strongest to be merely at the 3-world realm, and there's even one who just attained the Limit Breaker realm. Do you think you're here to tour around and have fun?" Tai Yuan spoke solemnly. "While we aren't extraordinarily monstrous geniuses, we're naturally not much weaker." "Is that so?" The young man laughed coldly. "Allow me to be honest, all of you are terrible." The faces of the others turned gloomy when they heard this. It was a direct slap to the face. Tai Yuan looked up at the young man and spoke coldly. "I may not be very strong, but I do like to seek guidance from you." If they could endure this, then the Ancient Sword Sect would become the laughingstock of the entire Eternal Kingdom. "Guidance from me?" The young man laughed coldly. "To be honest, I don't really want to play with all of you. However, since you want to play, then let's play." It'll at least give you a chance to realize how much you're lacking. Tai Yuan drew the huge iron sword on his back, grabbed it with both hands, and stared at the young man. A moment later, his sword left his grasp and shot up into the air. It was a direct and aggressive attack. That was the impression it gave everyone. But it didn't take long for their expressions to change because the young man had grabbed the tip of the huge iron sword with just one hand. The sword was still trembling, yet it couldn't move an inch, even when held by a single hand. Viciousness flashed through Tai Yuan's eyes, and then he leaped over to the sword. At the same time, countless strands of sword energy shot down at the young man like a storm. At this moment, the entire sky was covered in sword energy. It was flashy, but it wasn't strong. Yang Yi shook his head. They may seem like a huge storm, but they were very, very weak. They just made for a nice show. Sure enough, the young man slammed a punch forward, and a wave of powerful energy rippled out and obliterated the sword energy while Tai Yuan was blasted away. Once he landed on the ground, Tai Yuan was pushed another 300 m back before he finally stopped himself, and there was blood on the corner of his mouth. The young man held the huge sword in his grasp and laughed coldly. A sword cultivator? I have to admit that there are many powerful sword cultivators in this world, but to be honest, all of you are very weak. You're not suited for the war dimension. He flicked his finger once he finished speaking. The iron sword shook violently and transformed into a ray of light that shot explosively at Tai Yuan. Everywhere it passed, it left a long mark in space, clearly displaying how powerful it was. Tai Yuan's pupils constricted, and he seemed like he was facing a formidable enemy. The young man was too strong, and if he couldn't stop the sword, then he would be severely injured even if he could avoid death. Tai Yuan was about to act when a man appeared in front of him. After that, the man stopped the iron sword with one hand. It was Yang Yi. The iron sword was motionless in Yang Yi's grasp. Everyone gazed at Yang Yi. And Mo Ya's gaze flickered as she gazed at Yang Yi, and no one knew what she was thinking. Yang Yi glanced at the sword, and then passed it to Tai Yuan. The latter glanced at him and said, "Thank you." Yang Yi smiled. "It's nothing." Tai Yuan may not be very strong, but had dared to step forward just now, so he was no coward, and Yang Yi was willing to help people like this. The young man sized up Yang Yi and said, "A body cultivator." Yang Yi gazed at the young man and nodded. "Sort of," the young man asked. "Shall we spar?" Yang Yi shook his head. "I just want to say a few words. I think it's quite prejudiced to think that all of us have no right to enter the war dimension. How about you let us give it a try? If we're really too weak, we will naturally give up. No one will try to do something beyond their ability, right?" The young man shook his head slightly. "To be honest, your strength really isn't sufficient. Ask the elite disciples of your sect to come give it a try instead. Besides that, even though we are only recruiting a reserve force, there is still a minimum requirement. Unfortunately, all of you aren't there yet." Yang Yi thought for a moment and asked, "What's the minimum requirement?" The young man pointed at himself. "I'm one of the weakest. Defeat me or fight me equally, and you can enter." The others had quite unsightly expressions on their faces when they heard this. The young man was at least at the four-world realm, and he was clearly one who had relied on himself to attain such strength. But the strongest among them, Tai Yuan, had lost. Had lost without the slightest chance at victory. Defeating the young man was the requirement. Yang Yi fell silent for a few moments and gazed at the others. "Does anyone want to try?" The young man had spoken very arrogantly, but it didn't represent that he was wrong. Since such a requirement had been set, achieving the requirement was their own problem. All of them remained silent for a long time. In the end, a man stepped forward. It was Lu Yunxian. Everyone gazed at him, and he looked up at the young man. "Let me try." As soon as he finished speaking, a sword appeared in his grasp, and then a ray of sword energy shot up into the air. It was extremely fast and powerful. It was a very pure ray of sword energy. It was stronger than Tai Yuan's sword energy. Much stronger. Yang Yi nodded slightly. Needless to say, Lu Yongxin's strength wasn't bad at all. His sword energy was very sharp and pure, and it was much better than Tai Yuan. The young man spoke indifferently. This is a little better. As soon as he finished speaking, he tapped his finger forward like he was putting down a go piece. The space there shook, and then ripples undulated through space toward the sword energy. It was extremely powerful. The sword energy was forced to a stop in midair. Moreover, every single wave that slammed against the sword energy made it dim down slightly, and the fifth wave obliterated the sword energy. Meanwhile, a sword suddenly appeared before the young man and shot straight for his forehead. It was swift like a bolt of lightning and at an extremely tricky angle. Had chosen close-quartered combat. A cold smile curled up on the corners of the young man's mouth. Close-quartered combat. I've never feared anyone in the same realm of cultivation. He slammed his fist forward once he finished speaking, and a wave of powerful fist intent rippled out like a torrent, causing space to shake violently. Suddenly, Lu Yongxin's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he shook his right hand. A resounding sword howl surged through the area, and then fine hair-thin threads of sword energy shot out from the tip of his sword. These threads of sword energy pierced through the young man's attack and enveloped him. A moment of silence ensued. Boom! The sky shook violently as a wave of powerful energy rippled through the sky. The energy pushed Lu Yunxian around 300 m back. But it didn't take long for a ray of powerful sword energy to flash through the sky and push the young man around 100 m back. A short while later, the sky gradually calmed down. The young man had a slight advantage in the battle. The young man didn't attack again. He glanced at Lu Yunxian and said, "Very pure sword energy with pretty good strength. You barely pass." Lu Yunxian cupped his fist at the young man, glanced at Yang Yi, and moved aside. The young man glanced at the others on the ground below and said, "The war dimension is more brutal than you've ever imagined. This isn't a place of ease and comfort. It's the most dangerous place in Eternal Kingdom. Don't treat this place as a platform to improve your strength. While it is one, it's only limited to those who are strong and unafraid of death. Alright, I won't say more. Does anyone else wish to stay? If there is, then step forward." He seemed to have thought of something at this point and gazed at Yang Yi. "I think you're quite strong, so come try me." Yang Yi thought for a moment and replied, "Allow me to correct you. I'm not pretty strong, I'm very strong." Everyone here was stunned speechless. Chapter 2494 Yang Yi? Who's that? Chapter 2494 Yang Yi? Who's that? Very strong. Everyone gazed at him. Isn't that a little too arrogant? The young man was stunned for a moment and chuckled. Good, very good. Let me see how strong you are. Yang Yi didn't waste his breath and just flashed over to the young man before swinging a punch. The young man's eyes narrowed slightly, and he too swung a punch at Yang Yi. He had really never feared anyone in the same realm of cultivation when it was a melee battle. However, his expression changed drastically when his fist came into contact with Yang Yi's fist. Bang! The young man was blasted over 300 m away. But Yang Yi didn't stop. He appeared before the young man again, and then he stomped his foot down at the young man. The young man didn't dare to act carelessly. He took a step back, and then his figure soared into the air before he slammed his fist at Yang Yi. Boom! A wave of powerful energy rippled out from his fist, causing space to shudder. Moreover, a wave of powerful fist energy appeared on his fist. But Yang Yi wasn't pushed back at all. Bang! An explosion resounded in the sky, and space shook violently as if an earthquake was running through it. A few dozen breaths of time passed before space gradually calmed down. They didn't attack each other again. The young man glanced at his trembling hand and gazed at Yang Yi. You pass! Pass! Yang Yi glanced at his own hand, and it was trembling slightly too. Needless to say, the experts in the war dimension were of an extremely high standard. So, it would probably be very difficult for him to defeat the young man if he relied on his physical strength alone. But it was normal because they would be fighting against the desolate race in the future, so how could they possibly be weak? The young man glanced at the others down below. Who else? Amoya suddenly stepped forward and smiled. Let me try! She tapped her foot against the ground and instantly transformed into a ray of sword energy that surged up into the air. The young man was about to attack when she suddenly vanished on the spot, and this made the young man's expression change drastically. He immediately pushed his palms out toward both sides. Bang! A wave of powerful energy rippled out with him at its center. At this moment, the space around the area turned ethereal. No one could see the battlefield clearly. A few breaths of time later, the space there returned to normal. At this moment, Amoya had returned to where she was. The young man took a deep and long glance at her. I made a mistake! She nodded slightly and didn't say anything. The others here were stunned, and they wondered how she'd just passed like that. Yan Yi glanced at Amoya. Others may not have been able to see it clearly, but he did. Amoya had defeated the young man with a single attack. A very strange attack. It was quite extraordinary. Let me try too. Meanwhile, another man stepped forward. It was Shuiren. Shuiren cupped his fist at the young man, and then a sword suddenly shot out from the sheath by his waist. The sword was like a bolt of lightning that shot at the young man. A flying sword. At the instant the flying sword shot forward, the young man tapped a finger forward, causing space to ripple. Bang! The powerful energy contained within the flying sword pushed the young man backward, but the flying sword itself suddenly appeared behind the young man instead. However, the young man's reaction was extremely swift, and he immediately turned around and swung a punch. A wave of powerful fist energy rippled forth from his fist, but it wasn't able to repulse the flying sword. Conversely, the young man was pushed backward repeatedly. This time, the flying sword didn't follow up with another attack, and it just turned around and returned to Shuiren's sheath. Shuiren cupped his fist. It was a good battle! The young man glanced at Shuiren, and then he gazed at the others. Anyone else? None of the others stepped forward. The young man spoke indifferently. Since no one else is stepping forward, all of you can return. Otherwise, you'll just be giving your lives away. The other disciples of the ancient sword sect had quite a bit of dejection on their faces. They had come here full of hope, yet now, they were heading back without even entering the war dimension. It was a terrible feeling no matter who experienced it. Yan Yi and the others didn't say anything. Just as the young man had said, it was best to head home if their strength was insufficient. Otherwise, they would probably just be courting death. Meanwhile, Tai Yuan stepped forward and glanced at Yan Yi and the others. Congratulations. Be careful in there. Yan Yi nodded. Take care. Tai Yuan grinned. We'll meet again in the sect. He led the others away on their swords. The young man said, The four of you can come with me. As he spoke, he formed a strange seal with both hands, and then a teleportation formation appeared nearby. A short while later, all five of them entered it. The war dimension. In the teleportation passageway, the young man said, You've joined the war dimension. Of course, you're still disciples of the ancient sword sect, but once you receive orders from the war dimension during the war with the desolate race, you must come to the war dimension immediately and receive your orders. Amoya suddenly asked, Will there be any conflicts between the war dimension and our sect? The young man replied indifferently. The war dimension is a place jointly created by the Eternal Lord and the entire Eternal Kingdom. It transcends all others. Under normal circumstances, there won't be any conflict because your target is the desolate race. The desolate race? Amoya frowned slightly. It's just the desolate race. Do we have to treat them so seriously? The young man glanced at her. Put thoughts like that away. Otherwise, you'll die before you even know it. Amoya frowned, but she didn't say anything. Obviously, she'd realized some things. If the desolate race really was that weak, then why would Eternal Kingdom spend countless resources on this mysterious war dimension? Obviously, it wouldn't. Meanwhile, the young man added, I heard the number one genius of your ancient sword sect, Guiyuesian, is at the five-world realm? Shuiren replied. War Dimension has heard of senior brother Gu too. The young man nodded. We know every genius of the Eternal Kingdom well. We extended an olive branch to Guiyuesian, but he didn't come. Shuiren asked. Why? The young man replied indifferently. At that time, his reason was that he was on the verge of advancement. But now, he has no reason not to come. Shuiren asked. Do you summon people by force? The young man glanced at him. Eternal Kingdom doesn't belong to a single person, it belongs to everyone. Guiyuesian has a responsibility to protect Eternal Kingdom. He isn't the only one, all of us have the same responsibility. We would have nothing without Eternal Kingdom. If the desolate race defeats Eternal Kingdom, your ancient sword sect or whatever clan you represent will cease to exist, won't they? He looked up into the distance and continued. All those years ago, the master of your ancient sword sect led a few dozen powerful sword cultivators in battle to stop the desolate race. During that battle, your sect lost a few dozen sword cultivators, your super divine treasure was destroyed, and even your sect master himself lost his body. That is why the ancient sword sect is allowed to send people here today, and it's also why your sect is respected by the world. Isn't it? Needless to say, the young man was right. The ancient sword sect had suffered tremendous losses during the battle and had almost been annihilated. However, no power had targeted the ancient sword sect after the war, and its status had grown even greater in Eternal Kingdom. There was a war tablet in the central region of Eternal Kingdom, and it was around 300 m tall. On it were the names of all the experts who'd lost their lives during the war. The ancient sword sect had almost 100 names on it, so it was a very huge and striking amount. Meanwhile, the young man suddenly said, Speaking of sword cultivators makes me think of someone, a man called Yan Yi. Yan Yi was slightly stunned and gazed at the young man. He knows about me? Yan Yi? Emoya asked. Who's that? The young man replied. A sword cultivator who killed a 5-world realm expert while at the True Void realm. A 5-world realm expert at the True Void realm? Emoya was astounded. That's impossible. The young man nodded. I think it's impossible too. However, that's the news we received. Shuiren suddenly asked. Why haven't we heard of such a genius? The young man replied. Because he's from Eternal Border, or as we call them, he's one of the people on the outside. Emoya frowned slightly. An outsider? Impossible. The spirit energy there is scarce, and there's no eternal energy. How could such a genius exist? Is it just an exaggerated rumor? The young man replied. Perhaps. However, he isn't ordinary. He has a sprite progenitor with him. I really don't understand why a sprite progenitor would stay with him. A sprite progenitor! All of them were truly shocked when they heard this. A sprite progenitor! They may not know about the desolate race or Yan Yi, but they knew about the sprite progenitor. The sprite progenitor had once been the symbol of the Eternal Kingdom. The progenitor of all sprites. The young man continued. Let's forget the sprite progenitor and focus on Yan Yi himself. If the rumors are true, then it's quite terrifying that he's able to kill a 5-world realm expert, while at the True Void realm. Such a person can't be allowed to live when he is hostile toward our Eternal Kingdom. Of course, he won't be allowed to live. Some people in the War Dimension have already requested to be sent to kill him. Yan Yi just followed the group in silence. Chapter 2495, Yan Yi. Emoya suddenly asked. Yan Yes a sword cultivator too? The young man nodded. He is. Emoya grinned slightly. That's quite interesting. I didn't expect such a genius to exist in a world like that. I only wonder if he'll still be a genius if compared with our ancient sword sex geniuses. Suddenly someone said, He's definitely a piece of trash. Everyone looked over to Yan Yi because had spoken those words. Yan Yi said, Just think about it. Is it even possible to kill someone at the five-world realm while at the true void realm? It's absolutely impossible. So, as far as I'm concerned, it's definitely an exaggeration. He clenched his fists at this point. If I encounter him, I'll crush him with just 2 punches. The young man glanced at Yang Yi. It's good to be confident. Yang Yi smiled. Anyway, may I know your name? The young man replied indifferently. Li Mu. Remember that some others will be joining the war dimension too. Fighting isn't prohibited in the war dimension. However, you cannot kill or cripple anyone. Otherwise, the consequences are very serious. Yang Yi hurriedly asked. How serious? The others couldn't help but glance at him. This fellow has violent inclinations, Li Mu said. You'll either be exiled from the war dimension or sent to a place. Trust me, you won't want to be there. It's countless times more terrifying than death. Yang Yi wanted to ask more questions, but they had emerged from the teleportation formation. They appeared in a gray and hazy world. The entire world was gloomy, and the smell of decaying corpses and blood filled the surroundings. Besides that, they could see severed limbs from time to time, and they belonged to both humans and demons. A battlefield. Meanwhile, Li Mu spoke abruptly. You're at the war dimension now, and this is a battlefield, and it's your final test. Pass through this battlefield and travel 500,000 kilometers to get to War City. You can only walk all the way. Of course, you can't fly on your swords. Remember that you have no way back now, and the only way out is death. But if you die here, your sect won't avenge you. You would have died for nothing. If you give up now, you will bring shame to both your sect and clans. Of course, we don't allow anyone to give up. So, good luck. Li Mu withdrew a golden talisman and crushed it, and then he vanished on the spot. Only Yang Yi and the others remained here. Walk all the way. After staying silent for a short while, Shuiren spoke abruptly. I think we should join forces. What do all of you think? Yang Yi nodded. He had no objections because he didn't really want to use the sword. He wanted to keep a low profile as long as possible. But if he didn't use his sword, then it would probably be extremely difficult to get to War City. Because he saw a corpse to the right. It belonged to a demon beast, and it was at the five-world realm. Amoya and Lu Yunxian nodded to display their agreement. It wasn't the time to fight on their own. Shuiren nodded. Come on. Good luck to us. They walked off into the distance. They had extremely vigilant expressions on their faces. Yan Yi was extremely vigilant toward the surroundings as well because he kept having the feeling that many eyes were locked on them. Around 15 minutes later, the ground before them quaked, and they readied themselves to enter battle. However, their expressions changed when they saw the scene ahead. It didn't take long for them to simultaneously run the other way. Bam! 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 A group of demons were coming from behind them. They looked like lions, yet were colossi that were many times larger than an ordinary lion. Moreover, there were over a dozen of them, and all of them were at the four-world realm. That was a lethal issue. All 4 of them were fleeing madly. Yang Yi naturally had to flee as well. If he used his sword, he could annihilate them with ease. However, it would be too shocking. His identity couldn't withstand being investigated carefully. They fled extremely swiftly, but the demon beasts were even faster. A short while later, Yang Yi suddenly said, We can't continue like this. There are definitely more of them here. If we just flee, we'll be finished if we run into their lair. Amoya suddenly asked. So you want to fight them? Yang Yi nodded. What else can we do? Amoya fell silent. Meanwhile, Yang Yi said, I've counted, and there are a total of 12 demon beasts behind us. So, we'll each take 3. Any objections? Amoya and the others fell silent for a few breaths of time, and then Shuiren broke the silence. All right. Meanwhile, Lu Yunxian said, All right. Amoya took a deep breath. Then let's fight! As soon as she said that, they stopped and turned around to gaze at those demon beasts. All of them had extremely solemn expressions on their faces. Those demon beasts were like a horde as they charged over, and the imposing aura they emanated was simply one which could crush the world. Yan Yi shook his head as he gazed at them. Arya could fight a few dozens of them on her own. And if Snowy and Arya were both here, the demon beasts would either be beaten down or take the initiative to surrender instead. Yan Yi suddenly missed them when he thought of them. He wondered if they missed him too. And in Nanjing too. Yan Yi shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He just charged at the demon beasts. Once they saw Yang Yi charge first, Shuiren and the others didn't hesitate to charge at the demon beasts as well. Yang Yi's gaze descended onto the demon which was leading the charge. At this moment, it was looking at him too, and there was undisguised ferocity in its eyes. It didn't take long for them to get closer and closer to each other. Suddenly, Yan Yi leaped up and arrived above the demon, and there was a tombstone in his grasp. It was the tombstone that Arya had obtained that day, and she'd forgotten to take it with her. So, it was his to use now. Yan Yi swung the tombstone down with both hands. Meanwhile, the demon beast didn't dodge and slammed itself against the tombstone. Bang! An explosion resounded like a thunderclap, and then the demon howled in agony and crashed down to the ground. Meanwhile, Yang Yi was blasted into the air as well. However, he slammed the tombstone down in midair because another demon beast had charged at him. Bang! The demon beast was slammed down to the ground. Bloodline energy. While Yang Yi wasn't using his sword, he was using his bloodline. With the strength from his bloodline energy, he wasn't any weaker to a 4-world realm demon beast. However, right after he slammed away the second demon beast, a third slammed against him. Boom! Yang Yi was blasted away. His head droned as if there were countless bees buzzing through it. Suddenly, the demon appeared before Yang Yi again and slapped its claw at his head. In the primordial pagoda, Oxy was about to charge out with the primordial axe of creation upon witnessing this. But Sword Scroll stopped him. Oxy was clearly quite anxious, and so were the others. Even if they ignored reasons that were linked to Arya and Snowy, while they weren't very close to Yang Yi, they had been with him for a long time. So, they treated him as one of their own. Or it should be said that they'd subconsciously acknowledged him as one of their own. If Oxy was in danger, the others would definitely not stand by idly. While they weren't the same species of demon beast, they were a part of this family in the primordial pagoda. Sword Scroll spoke softly. "It's fine, he'll be alright." Outside the primordial pagoda, Yan Yi shook his head when he sensed a powerful approaching force, and then he slammed a punch at the demon beast. Bang! Yan Yi was blasted away again. As for the demon beast, it was slammed to the ground. However, this little bit of impact was well within the limits of its endurance. It didn't take long for all 3 demon beasts to stand up on their feet and gaze at Yang Yi. This time, their eyes were filled with the desire to kill. Obviously, Yang Yi had utterly infuriated them. Yang Yi spat out the blood in his mouth. Only now did he realize that he was a fucking sword cultivator, and he was actually so weak when without his sword. Meanwhile, the 3 demon beasts charged at Yang Yi. This time, faint red light arose around them. In an instant, their figures grew larger, and the auras they emanated were much stronger too. Their target was Yang Yi. Yang Yi's eyelids twitched because he knew that they were serious now. Yang Yi took a deep breath and waved his right hand. The tombstone flew toward him, and he embraced it in both arms before charging at them. The demons were stunned by the sight of this. Is that fellow that fierce? They naturally wouldn't shrink back from this and charged forward. Meanwhile, Sword Scroll's voice resounded in Yang Yi's mind. What are you trying to do? What was he trying to do? Yang Yi had a ferocious smile on his lips. My body is extremely powerful too. I'm going to kill these fellows with my physical strength. Sword Scroll shook her head. You're asking for a beating. Yang Yi's body was extremely good when compared to others in his realm of cultivation, but they were 4-world realm demon beasts. There were many realms of cultivation higher than him. Wasn't he asking for a beating when he was going against bodies at the 4-world realm while his was only at the 1-world realm, and they were even demon beasts too? However, It didn't take Sword Scroll long to think of something, and she immediately came to an understanding. I see. Yang Yi planned to use intense battle to improve his body. Outside the primordial pagoda. Boom! An explosion resounded and Yang Yi was blasted away. He spat out multiple mouthfuls of blood in midair, and it was like an absolutely gorgeous fountain of blood. As for one of the demon beasts, Yang Yi's tombstone had cracked its head open, but that injury didn't really affect it. So, the 3 demon beasts charged at Yang Yi once more. Meanwhile, Yang Yi crawled up from the ground and charged at them. At the same time, 3 figures, 2 male and 1 female, were watching the battle from the shadows. The man who led the group spoke abruptly. That fellow is quite interesting. He's a sword cultivator, but he's using brute strength. What's his name? The other man replied. Yi Yang. Yi Yang? The woman frowned. Yi Yang. Yang. Yang Yi. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 2496, Busybody. Yang Yi? The others were stunned when they heard her. But it didn't take long for the leader of their group, the man with a saber by his waist, to shake his head. Lianen, do you think he's Yang Yi? The woman called Lianen replied indifferently. I was just saying that randomly. However, it's not impossible. Everything is possible, right? The man in the lead smiled. Yang Yi is a sword cultivator, but according to the information I received, he's only in the true void realm. Moreover, he has the number 1 sword in our universe, Executor. But this guy is at the Limit Breaker realm. While I haven't seen his sword, but I don't think he is Yang Yi. Moreover, no matter how arrogant and confident Yang Yi is, it's very unlikely that he would just enter our eternal kingdom. And what dimension, right? Lianen glanced at Yang Yi's group. Boring. She turned around and left. The man who led the group shook his head and smiled. Meanwhile, the other man spoke abruptly. MOU, did the higher-ups reduce the requirements for recruitment because the war is finally coming? MOU shook his head and smiled. Who knows? Come on, let's go take a look at the so-called geniuses from those clans. Let's see how strong they really are. They turned around and left. Yang Yi and the others were still in battle. But in actuality, they were being beaten up. It wasn't just Amoya and the others. Even Yang Yi was being completely crushed by those Peak 4 World Realm demon beasts. They had no chance to win. The worst was Yang Yi because he was going head-on against them with just his body. If he didn't have the primordial pagoda to ceaselessly repair his body, he would have died a long time ago. Now, his body was like a piece of metal that was being struck and tempered incessantly before being repaired. Under such circumstances, Yang Yi's body had started to undergo some sort of change. However, it was a change that came at the cost of risking his life. Suddenly, Sword Scroll's voice resounded in Yang Yi's mind. You can't delay any longer. They can't hold on. Yang Yi glanced at Amoya and the others. At this moment, they were covered in injuries and were being completely suppressed. They were top experts in the inner court of the ancient sword sect, but their attacks weren't able to cause any material harm to these demon beasts. After all, these demon beasts far surpassed them in cultivation. Yang Yi pondered deeply for a moment, and then he looked up at the demon beasts and roared. A strand of faint dragon pressure rippled out from him. Dragon pressure! Yang Yi had consumed a dragon ball in the past, so he naturally had some dragon pressure. But the demons were stunned for a moment when they sensed the pressure, but it didn't take long for them to charge at Yang Yi again. The dragon pressure was too weak. Yang Yi was quite embarrassed by this. A moment later he said, Dragon, come out here for a moment. Make yourself smaller, around Arya's size. A moment later the dragon appeared before him. It was around Arya's size. It looked up at those demons and roars. A strand of dragon pressure rippled out. This dragon pressure was true dragon pressure, and it wasn't weak like Yang Yi's. The powerful dragon pressure the primal true dragon emanated forced all three demon beasts to a stop in front of Yang Yi. The dragon gazed coldly at them. Throughout its entire lifetime, it had only been beaten up by Arya, or it should be said that it feared no one except Arya. Of course, that was only limited to demon beasts, and these demon beasts before it were absolutely beneath it. The demon beasts glanced at the primal true dragon with a solemn expression in their eyes, but it didn't take long for them to charge at the dragon. Yang Yi was quite amused by this. "Dragon, you don't seem strong enough, huh?" The dragon instantly had a ferocious expression on its face, and then it charged at them. Bang! One of the demon beasts was slammed away, and its body actually cracked open in midair. Meanwhile, the other two slammed against the dragon, but they were blasted away instead. While they were all four World Realm demon beasts, the dragon's combat strength was even enough to go against 5 World Realm experts. Moreover, it had been tempered by the Dark Void Divine Lightning, so its body was only inferior to an existence like Arya. It could be said that its body wasn't something any ordinary demon could resist. The dragon didn't stop. It charged at the 3 demon beasts, causing their expressions to change drastically. At this moment, their minds had finally cleared up, and so they immediately turned around and fled. The dragon wanted to give chase, but Yang Yi stopped it. The primal true dragon nodded, and then gazed at the other demon beasts. They sensed its gaze and looked toward it. At the same time, the dragon roared. Bang! A wave of powerful dragon pressure rippled out. The demons retreated and were extremely afraid when they sensed the dragon pressure. The dragon was about to charge at them when all of them took a deep and long glance at the primal true dragon, and then they turned around and left. Dragon pressure. One of the living beings that were at the top of the pyramid among demon beasts. They couldn't afford to offend the dragon. Obviously, they had guessed its identity, and so they'd retreated. The primal true dragons had such a right. Not all demon beasts dared to eat dragons like Arya. The dragon had succeeded at driving them away. Meanwhile, Amoya and the others gazed at the dragon, but the dragon ignored them and just returned to the primordial pagoda. They gazed at Yang Yi, and Yang Yi said, "Recuperate first." They nodded and didn't ask. They were all adults, so they would naturally not ask if Yang Yi didn't say anything. Yang Yi recuperated very quickly. It only took him a while to heal. Besides that, something worth mentioning was that he sensed that his body was at the border of breakthrough. It was about to advance further. It just needed a little more. Yang Yi shook his head and sighed. If he'd been able to continue fighting for a while longer, he would have succeeded at attaining the 2-world realm in the body. However, if he did that, the others would probably have died here. A short while later, Yang Yi looked into the distance. "Allow me to be honest, this place is quite dangerous indeed." Shuiren shook his head. "Of course it is. But we have no way out now, right?" Yang Yi nodded. "True. Anyway, just be careful." The others nodded. An hour later they set off again. While they couldn't fly all the way, it would only take 2 to 3 days at their speed of walking. Of course, the precondition was that no demons stopped them on the way. Amoya suddenly walked over to Yang Yi and asked, "Brother Yi, was that a dragon?" Yang Yi glanced at her, and she smiled brilliantly. "I've seen a dragon, and it felt like a dragon to me." A dragon? Actually, practically all of them had never seen a primal true dragon. Not to mention them, even the seniors of the ancient sword sect had probably never seen a real primal true dragon. Yang Yi said, "I think you should focus on how to survive. That's most important, isn't it?" Amoya smiled and didn't pursue an answer. However, Yang Yi seemed quite mysterious to them now. Yang Yi looked up into the distance as he thought to himself. War City should be the central area of the war dimension, right? I should be able to witness their overall strength there, right? After all, up until this point, War Dimension did seem quite extraordinary. What about the Desolate Race? While he hadn't really witnessed the Desolate Race's full strength, he knew they weren't ordinary either. So, a war between them would definitely be extremely terrifying. A short while later, Yang Yi shook his head and smiled. He felt that he should worry more about himself instead. As for the desolate race and eternal kingdom, they could do as they please. Around 2 hours later, the sound of battle came from afar. Yan Yi and the others exchanged glances. In the end, Shuiren said, "Shall have a look?" Yan Yi nodded. "All right." They sped up, and it didn't take long for them to see a group of 3 men fighting a group of demon beasts on a plain. The demon beasts were the same demon beasts that had attacked Yang Ye's group. They exchanged glances because it was such a coincidence. Amoya suddenly asked, "Should we help?" Shuiren gazed at Yang Yi. "Brother Yi, what do you think?" Yang Yi thought for a moment and said, "Let's help. They should be from somewhere else too and are here with the same objective as us." Shuiren nodded, and then they charged at the demon beasts. The demon beasts had clearly noticed Yang Ye's group, and when they saw Yang Yi, they were instantly stunned. While they didn't see the dragon, they didn't attack for the sake of remaining vigilant against the dragon. They just moved aside and vigilantly gathered together. However, they didn't leave. Obviously, they didn't want to give up. But they didn't dare to attack either. Obviously, they were afraid of the primal true dragon. After all, it was a primal true dragon. Yan Yi and the others didn't attack when they saw the demon beasts stop attacking. After all, they'd just been beaten up by these demon beasts. Meanwhile, the 3 men walked over to Yang Ye's group. Shuiren was about to speak when the man who led the group, a man in black robes, spoke abruptly. "Who are you?" His tone was cold and a little aggressive. Yang Yi frowned. Shuiren's face was quite unsightly as well. He was about to speak when the black-robed man suddenly walked over to Shuiren and asked, "Did we ask you to help?" Shuiren was speechless. The black-robed man glanced coldly at them. "What a bunch of busybodies! If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 2497, Come! Chapter 2497, Come! Yan Yi and the others were stunned by this. What the heck? We were nice enough to help, but this is how they are treating us? Shuiren was about to speak when Yang Yi suddenly walked away. He gazed at the demon beasts and pointed at the 3 black-robed men. "Attack them! If you don't kill them, I'll kill you!" At this moment, Yang Yi's temper had flared. The demon beasts glanced at Yang Yi, and then the demon beast in the lead of their group suddenly asked, "You want to interfere?" They were very afraid of the primal true dragon. Yang Yi replied, "I absolutely won't. Who do you think you are?" Suddenly, the black-robed man spoke. "You!" Yang Yi suddenly vanished on the spot. Bang! The black-robed man was blasted over 1 kilometer away. The others were stunned by this. Yang Yi patted his palms together. "No matter why you acted in that way. We came to help. Perhaps it spoiled your own plans, but as far as I'm concerned, you shouldn't have acted in that way. Forget it, I don't want to waste my breath on you. Now I can't stand the sight of you, so don't come looking for trouble. Otherwise, I'll kill all of you." As he spoke, he gazed at Amoya and the others. "Let's go." Yang Yi turned around and walked away. Amoya and the others hesitated for a moment before following Yang Yi. Only the 2 men remained on the spot with quite unsightly expressions on their faces. Attack? They naturally didn't dare to do that. Yang Yi's attack had struck fear in them. Moreover, there was a large group of demon beasts nearby. Once they were sure that Yang Yi's group had left, the demon beasts gazed at the 2 men. They were about to attack when a ray of white light flashed over from afar. It was extremely fast and instantly arrived before the demon beasts. A moment later, a huge mirror appeared above them. Rumble! Countless beams of light rained down like a storm. In an instant, the demons were blasted backward repeatedly. But that wasn't the end of it. A white shadow suddenly charged into the group of demon beasts. Bang! A white whip flashed through the demon beasts, and then one of them cracked open at the center. Meanwhile, the remaining demon beasts were pushed backward repeatedly. However, a few more demon beasts were struck by the whip before they could even stop themselves. Hiss! 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 In an instant, a few of them exploded apart. The leader of the demon beasts immediately led the others away and fled. Once the demon beasts left, the white light dispersed to reveal a woman in a black and white robe. She glanced at the corpses in the surroundings, and then waved her right hand and put them away. Meanwhile, a man went over to welcome her. Yi Xian, you're here! The woman called Yi Xian nodded slightly. She gazed at the black-robed man who was lying on the ground and frowned. What happened? The man replied. You asked us to keep those demon beasts busy, so we did just that. However, 4 people suddenly arrived here. They wanted to take advantage of the situation and attack us, so we... A short while later, she looked up into the distance. But she couldn't see anyone. Yi Xian's face gradually turned cold. Chase after them. Once she gave the order, her group went off in chase of Yan Ye's group. Yan Ye's group was walking swiftly behind a mountain range. Shuiren suddenly said, I'm afraid trouble will be coming for us soon. Emoya nodded. They aren't ordinary. Sai, we should just watch when we encounter something similar in the future. We were trying to be nice, but we met people like them. Lu Yunxian suddenly said. They should be from one of the clans. Shuiren suddenly asked. Why do you say so? Lu Yunxian replied indifferently. They are arrogant and conceited. They don't seem like disciples from any sects or independent cultivators. Normally, even people from normal clans wouldn't lack intelligence to that extent. So, there's only one explanation. They are from a large clan, and they innately feel a sense of superiority. Emoya suddenly smiled. Brother Lu, if I'm not wrong, you're from a clan too, right? Lu Yunxian nodded. A small clan. Emoya smiled and didn't ask more questions. Meanwhile, Lu Yunxian suddenly gazed at Yang Yi. Brother Yi, are you from the South Region's Yi clan? Yang Yi was quite surprised. He hadn't expected Lu Yunxian to suddenly ask about that. As far as he was concerned, shouldn't Lu Yunxian be trying to look for trouble with him? But it didn't take long for Yang Yi to shake his head and smile because he was clearly underestimating Lu Yunxian. Yang Yi was a person who would be nice if someone else was nice to him too. He smiled and replied, Sort of. However, I'm just an illegitimate child of a branch family. So, to be precise, I can't be considered to be a member of the Yi clan. An illegitimate child. Emoya and the others were quite surprised. They hadn't expected Yang Yi to be an illegitimate child. It wasn't something to be proud of. Meanwhile, Shuiren suddenly smiled. Brother Yi, you possess such strength and natural talent, and coupled with the fact that you've entered the war dimension now, I think the Yi clan will definitely open its doors to you and allow you to join the main family. Yang Yi smiled. That doesn't make a difference. My own strength is what's important. Shuiren smiled. True. They sped up. They didn't encounter any demon beasts on the way, but they didn't dare to let down their guard. Especially Yang Yi, he kept having the feeling like they were being watched. He wanted to use the sword domain to investigate, but he discarded that idea after giving it a little more thought. Once he used the sword domain, and it was noticed, he would have some trouble to deal with. Needless to say, he had quite a few shackles on himself when he came to Eternal Kingdom. However, it couldn't be helped. Once his identity was exposed, he would definitely die no matter what. The important matter at hand was to get Sword Scroll's main body as soon as possible. Suddenly Yang Ye's expression changed. He swiftly turned around, and a shadow had appeared behind him. A moment later, a ray of cold light swept toward his throat. Yang Ye's reaction was very quick. He dodged to the side by around 300 m. However, the shadow followed closely behind him. Yang Yi slammed a punch at it. Bang! A wave of powerful force rippled out of Yang Ye's fist, and the shadow was blasted away. Yang Yi was about to follow up with another attack, but the shadow vanished as if it had never been there. Yang Yi turned around, and he noticed that the others had encountered the same thing. All of them had unsightly expressions on their faces, because they had suffered varying degrees of injuries. Especially Lu Yunxian had lost an arm. If he'd been just a little slower, he wouldn't have just lost an arm, he would have lost his head. Yang Yi asked. What were those? I think they were phantasmas. Amoya spoke solemnly. I didn't expect them to exist here. Phantasmas? Yang Yi frowned slightly. It was the first time he was hearing about them. Amoya nodded. They are a type of spirit. Once some people lose their bodies, they choose to cultivate their souls. They focus on cultivating the soul, and they are very mysterious. I've only heard of them before this. I never expected to see one for real. Mysterious. Yang Yi nodded. They were quite mysterious indeed. If he hadn't reacted quickly and possessed keen combat instincts, he would have suffered an injury too. Lu Yunxian suddenly asked. Was that a test? Shui Yiren nodded. It should be. They won't let us get through this battlefield that easily, so be careful. Yang Yi gazed in the direction of the city, and he was losing his patience as he felt that he was wasting time here. It was too slow. As if had noticed what Yang Yi was thinking, Shui Yiren suddenly smiled. Brother Yi, if you're confident, you can go on ahead. We can get there ourselves. As far as they were concerned, Yang Yi was quite mysterious, or it should be said that had concealed his true strength. After all, Yang Yi still hadn't used a sword. Yang Yi glanced at them, thought for a moment, and then shook his head and smiled. Let's go together. If he were to be frank, they would probably barely make it to the city without him. It wasn't that he was looking down on them, but this place really wasn't a place that just anyone could survive in. Those phantasma from before were absolutely elusive, and at the four-world realm. Earlier, the other phantasma had only retreated because had repulsed the phantasma which attacked him. According to his inference, that phantasma may have sensed his strength. At their level of cultivation, they could sense when someone or something was dangerous. Shui Yiren and the others didn't say a word when they heard Yang Yi. It was perfect for them if Yang Yi stayed because they felt safer with him around. They continued forward. But they didn't travel for long before the sound of space being torn open resounded from behind them. They stopped and looked back, and they saw 4 figures charging at them. The group was led by a woman in a black and white dress. It was Yi Xian. Yang Yi frowned when he saw them because they felt hostile to him. It didn't take long for them to arrive before Yang Yi's group, and then Yi Xian glanced at them and asked, Who? The black-robed man behind her stepped forward and pointed at Yang Yi. Him! Yi Xian's gaze descended onto Yang Yi, and then she transformed into a ray of white light that shot forward. It was so fast and powerful that the space and the surroundings shook violently. Bang! An explosion resounded, and then Yang Yi was blasted over 300 m away. As soon as Yang Yi stopped himself, a huge mirror appeared above him, and then a ray of white light shot down and enveloped him. Amoya and the others' expressions changed drastically. They were about to attack when an explosion resounded, and then the mirror flew back to Yi Xian's grasp. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Yang Yi leaped up from the hole in the ground and glanced at Yi Xian. Do you know why blood is red? She stretched out a finger and gestured at him. Come here and tell me. Yang Yi waved his right hand at the sword on Shui Yiren's waist. Come! A sword howl resounded, and then Shui Yiren's sword left its sheath and transformed into a ray of light that entered Yang Yi's grasp. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 2498, I've changed my mind. Chapter 2498, I've changed my mind. As soon as the sword entered his grasp, Yang Yi's aura instantly underwent a tremendous change. This was a peerless sword cultivator. At this moment, such an absurd thought had appeared in their minds. But Yi Xian had a solemn expression on her face. At her level of cultivation, she was able to sense if someone was strong. Suddenly, Yang Yi tapped his foot against the ground, and his finger swished as it transformed into a ray of light that flashed through the air. Fast. Yi Xian's pupils constricted at the sight of this attack. It felt very dangerous to her. Yi Xian didn't dare to act carefully in the slightest and waved her hand lightly. In an instant, a huge mirror appeared before her, and then a wave of powerful energy rippled out from the mirror. Meanwhile, Yang Ye's sword arrived. Hiss! A ray of light flashed. Bang! The mirror shook violently, and then cracks appeared all over it. Yi Xian was shocked, and she hurriedly put the mirror away. It was a divine treasure, and she didn't want to get it destroyed here. After that, she made a clawing motion, and a white whip appeared in her grasp. She raised her hand, and then the whip descended. Crack! As soon as it descended, a long mark appeared in space. However, Yang Ye's sword energy was faster. Bang! Yi Xian was blasted away, and then a sword pierced her body. The scene froze. Everyone was stunned. Yang Yi gazed at Yi Xian's pale face, and then he waved his right hand. The sword in her chest suddenly flew out of her and returned to his grasp. Meanwhile, blood sprayed from her chest. It was extremely shocking. Yang Yi gazed at her. Do you know now? Once he finished speaking, he flicked the sword back into the sheath on Shui Yiren's waist. Yang Yi gazed at Amoya and the others. Let's go! They nodded and were about to leave when Lu Yunxian suddenly gazed at Yi Xian. Are you Yi Xian from the Yi clan? The others gazed at him. Meanwhile, the hold in Yi Xian's chest actually started to gradually heal. Moreover, a ball of green light appeared there. It was healing. She glanced at Yang Yi, and then she gazed at Lu Yunxian. Who are you? Lu Yunxian pondered deeply for a moment and said, The Lu clan. The Lu clan. Yi Xian sized up Lu Yunxian and said, Their successor? Lu Yunxian shook his head. No. Oh. Yi Xian moved her gaze away. The Lu clan was a clan in the south region, and it could be considered as a subordinate clan of the Yi clan. It was one of the clans that ate at the Yi clan's table. Meanwhile, Lu Yunxian hesitated for a moment and said, Actually, this may be a misunderstanding because Brother Yi is from the Yi clan too. Yi Xian frowned slightly and gazed at Yang Yi. Him? Lu Yunxian nodded. Yi Xian's frown deepened. Impossible! Lu Yunxian said. Brother Yi is just part of a branch family, not a main family member. Impossible! Yi Xian spoke solemnly. If he were part of a branch family, that branch family would have reported the existence of someone with such strength, and he would be allowed into the central part of the Yi clan. Lu Yunxian said. Brother Yi's identity is a little unique. He's an illegitimate child. An illegitimate child? Yi Xian's frown deepened again. The Yi clan had countless branches. As far as she knew, there were over 100 of them. They did still belong to the Yi clan, but they were pushed out of the central part of the Yi clan. As for an illegitimate child, not to mention in the branch families, such a person had quite an awkward position even in the main family. Because such people were looked down upon and pushed aside. So, geniuses who grew up in such environments definitely held resentment toward the clan. Yi Xian pondered deeply for a long time before she gazed at Yang Yi. Which branch are you from? Which branch? Yang Yi was quite speechless. He too would like to know which branch he was from. Yang Yi shook his head. He didn't choose to answer her question and just walked away. Yi Xian frowned at the sight of this. After all, people from the branch family would be extremely humbled before people from the main family. However, when she thought of Yang Yi's terrifying strength, she could understand why he acted in that way. He had the right to be proud. The black-robed man by her side said, Yi Xian, he's just an illegitimate child from a branch family. Yi Xian glanced coldly at him. With his strength and talent, do you think the clan would let him stay in the branch families? The black-robed man didn't dare to say another word. Yi Xian spoke solemnly. Our clan has many branches, and he clearly has no sense of belonging to the clan. Not only does he have no sense of belonging to our clan, he has no sense of belonging to his branch family either. After all, someone like him would have definitely grown up being cast aside. His viciousness and desire to kill is too strong. She fell silent at this point. The others behind her didn't dare to say a word either. A long time passed before she said, "Send a message back to the clan. Ask them to find out if there's anyone named Yi Yang in our branch families. He's very strong and possesses excellent talent. His departure from the clan would be a loss for our clan." The black-robed man hesitated for a moment and nodded. Meanwhile, Lu Yunxian walked over to Yang Yi. "Sorry, I exposed your identity without asking for your approval," Yang Yi replied. "You did it for a reason, right?" Based on his impression of Lu Yunxian, the latter wasn't a rash person or a busybody. Lu Yunxian spoke solemnly. "That person you almost killed was Yi Xian. She's one of the Yi clan's patriarch's daughters. She's ranked the second in the Yi clan's younger generation, and those guys by her side were all from the main family. They are quite vengeful. So if we just left like that, they would definitely use how you injured Yi Xian to take revenge on you. While they are no match for you, the Yi clan has a genius. Yi Xian's elder sister Yi Jibei. She's considered an extraordinary genius in Eternal Kingdom, and she was recruited by the War Dimension many years ago." Recruited? Yang Yi had heard that the War Dimension would recruit some extraordinary geniuses. Those geniuses were unlike them because they had been recruited and didn't have to pass any tests, but they had a test to pass. Yang Yi asked, "You're worried that Yi Jibei would come for me?" Lu Yunxian nodded. "Every clan is very united. Of course, they may not come seeking revenge from you. However, to avoid unnecessary trouble, revealing your identity is beneficial. Moreover, it may be of use to you once you're in War City. Because Yi Jibei is really very strong. She attained the 5-world realm 5 years ago. I've heard of her too." Meanwhile, Amoya spoke abruptly. When Yi Jibei attained the 5-world realm, the Yi clan even sent out invitations to all the clans and powers throughout the South region. Besides that, the War Dimension stretched out an olive branch to her. Yang Yi smiled. "They show off that much?" Lu Yunxian explained. "They do that for a reason. Besides Yi Jibei, the Yi clan hasn't had an extraordinary genius in many years. A large clan, and especially one like theirs, will easily draw covetous gazes without someone capable in its younger generation. Just like the D clan from many, many years ago. They were driven out because their younger generation weren't capable enough. The competition between clans is brutal." He gazed at Yang Yi and continued, "Brother Yi, clans take geniuses very seriously. Based on your talent and strength, the Yi clan will definitely do everything it can to foster you." Yang Yi shook his head. "I don't want to go to them," Amoya said. "Brother Yi, do you know why those fellows by Yi Xian's side were able to attain the 2-world realm? Not just them, we are the same too. Besides our own talent, the real reason all of us were able to attain the Limit Breaker realm at our age is actually the resources given to us by our clans. Without those resources, your attainments may be inferior even if your natural talent is superb. It can be said that we members of these clans have our cultivations pushed up with money." Shuiren nodded slightly and chimed in. "They are right. Brother Yi, a single person's ability is limited. Based on your strength and talent, you'll definitely achieve great things with the Yi clan's help." Yang Yi was quite speechless. He was just a fake member of the Yi clan. At this moment, Yang Yi really regretted giving such a random excuse to the ancient sword sex elder. Now, he had to use countless other lies to deal with that one lie. It was such a pain. Yang Yi fell silent for a moment and smiled. "I know you have good intentions, but it's a little more complicated than that. We'll see what happens." They nodded and didn't say anything else. It all depended on Yang Yi's own decision. They sped up, and an ancient city finally appeared within their fields of vision a day later. The ancient city was huge and had its back to a mountain range. A boundless plain stood on both sides of the city. "War City!" Amoya and the others were visibly relieved when they saw the city. They shot forward at full speed and finally arrived before the city. Enter the city. So long as they entered the city, they would have truly joined the War Dimension. They exchanged glances and strode swiftly toward the city. It didn't take long for them to arrive before its gates. But right when they were about to walk through it, a bald man and a man with a huge saber resting against his shoulder appeared before them. The bald man sized up Yang Ye's group. In the end, his gaze descended upon Emoya, and there was an evil smile on the corner of his mouth. You want to enter the city? Shuiren nodded. We're from the ancient sword sect and… The bald man waved his hand. Don't tell me all of that. I don't care. You can enter the city if you want, but a world crystal each is the price. Or 150 divine crystals works too. Shuiren frowned when he heard this. Meanwhile, Yang Yi flicked 4 world crystals over to the bald man. The others were stunned by this, and even the bald man and the man with the saber were stunned too. Yang Yi gazed at Emoya and the others. Let's not waste time and get inside. He didn't want any trouble, so he was buying his way in. Emoya and the others nodded, and they were about to enter the city with Yang Yi when the bald man suddenly said, I've changed my mind. 1 isn't enough. I want at least 5 each. As he spoke, he gazed at Yang Yi and grinned while stretching out his hand. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 2499. Emoya and the others' faces turned gloomy when they heard the bald man. Clearly, the man was trying to take advantage of this situation. At this moment, all of them revealed undisguised rage. But the bald man and his companion ignored their rage and just gazed at Yang Yi with undisguised greed and ridicule. A fat sheep. They'd paid a lot of money to get into the city, and they finally found someone rich, so how could they not take a good chunk of meat from this fat sheep? Yang Yi shook his head and sighed. This was a common occurrence. Taking a step back wouldn't give you peace, it would just make the other party take 1 step forward and try to take a yard. When you wanted to avoid trouble, the other would think you were afraid and easy to bully instead. That was how many people acted. They had this problem that if they were given a little face, their smiles would widen and brighten up. Yang Yi shook his head, gazed at the bald man, and then waved his right hand. Over a dozen world crystals appeared before him. Yang Yi cracked a smile. Come take it then. The bald man's eyes narrowed slightly. All right. He was about to stretch out his hand, but right when it had been stretched out to Yang Yi, a ray of sword energy flashed. Hiss! The bald man's right arm fell off his shoulder. Blood sprayed like a fountain. However, this wasn't the end of it. A sword pressed against the bald man's forehead. It pierced half an inch deep, causing a strand of blood to spray from the bald man and instantly cover his face. Everyone here was stunned. Suddenly, Yang Yi waved his right hand, and a ray of light took the bald man's left hand too. Yang Yi severed it with such ease. At this moment, the bald man was armless. Yang Yi cracked a smile. Go on! Why aren't you taking it? The bald man stared at Yang Yi. I didn't expect to encounter someone like you. Kill me if you want. Yang Yi waved his right hand, and the spatial ring on the severed arm flew over into his grasp. There were 2 world crystals and more than 200 divine crystals within it. Obviously, the bald man had done quite a bit of robbing. Suddenly, the man with the saber attacked, and his saber slashed down at Yang Yi. He was clearly trying to save the bald man. However, a sword suddenly blasted the man flying and nailed him to the city walls. The man gazed at his saber with shock. His saber was in countless pieces now. An absolutely powerful attack. Emoya and the others were extremely shocked too. They knew Yang Yi was very strong when he used the sword, but they hadn't expected him to be this strong. All of them were 3 world realm experts. Moreover, they had clearly experienced countless battles and were definitely formidable in battle. However, they hadn't been able to resist a single attack. This is a misunderstanding. Suddenly, a voice came from the side, and then a man walked over with a folding hand in his grasp. The man walked over to Yang Ye's group and smiled. These are my friends. As far as I'm concerned, it was all just a misunderstanding. So let's just let it go, alright? A misunderstanding? Yang Yi gazed at the man and smiled. I think it may be a misunderstanding too. Right, your friends took 20 world crystals from me. Tell them to return those crystals, alright? 20 world crystals. Emoya and the others had quite weird expressions on their faces. They were shocked that Yang Yi was actually trying to rob them at a time like this. The man with the folding fan's eyes narrowed slightly when he heard Yang Yi, but the smile on his face remained. However, it was quite ghastly and cold now. Nonsense! Meanwhile, the bald man suddenly cursed. You're fucking saying that I took. Hiss. Suddenly, his head flew up into the air. Blood sprayed like a fountain. He was dead. Everyone here was stunned. They hadn't expected Yang Yi to kill the bald man. The smile on the man's face turned utterly ghastly and cold now. While the bald man had lost his head, his soul had escaped his body at the critical moment. But Yang Yi still refused to spare him. Yang Yi was about to attack when the man with the folding fan suddenly unfurled the fan, and then a wave of powerful energy surged out from the fan. The four-world realm. Yang Yi swung his sword. Hiss! The energy was instantly sliced into bits, and the man himself was blasted to the city walls. Sponsored content. Yang Yi flicked a ray of sword energy over and nailed the bald man's soul to the wall. At this moment, the bald man was truly afraid. Because if he lost his soul, then he would really vanish from this world. He was about to say something, but Yang Yi didn't give him the chance and obliterated his soul with a ray of sword energy. He was truly gone. The man with the folding fan had an extremely unsightly expression on his face. Aren't you going a little too far? Too far? Yang Yi gazed at the man. I'm in a very bad mood right now. 3 breaths of time, that's all you have. If you're still here after that, I'll kill you too. Forget it, I'll just kill you. A ray of light flashed once he finished speaking. The man's expression changed drastically. He took a step back and tossed the fan forward. In an instant, the fan started expanding as it flew. However, it hadn't even revealed its might when a ray of sword energy slashed it into bits. The sword shot forward and instantly pierced the man's forehead. The man's figure stiffened on the spot, and disbelief filled his eyes. Weren't we still negotiating? Why did he suddenly attack? How could he be so strong? That was the last thought in his mind, and he died with endless questions. The biggest question he had was that Yang Yi had been planning to rob them, and he couldn't figure out why Yang Yi had suddenly attacked to kill instead. He couldn't figure it out even until he took his last breath. After he killed the man with the folding fan, Yang Yi launched another attack that instantly took the head of the man with the saber. All 3 of them were dead. Emoya and the others gazed at Yang Yi with slight fear. At this moment, he was emanating an extremely oppressive and sharp desire to kill. He was quite terrifying at this moment. A few breaths of time later, Yang Yi gradually calmed down, and then he waved his hand and took the spatial rings of the other 2. He glanced through them and noticed 5 and 3 world crystals respectively. There were many other things in their spatial rings, but not one was up to his standards. He had either divine treasures or super divine treasures, so most treasures were truly beyond his notice. Find the original at bit.ly/3ibfjkv. Yang Yi put the rings away and gazed at the others. Let's head inside. Sponsored content. Lu Yunxian spoke solemnly. Trouble may come because of this. Yang Yi grinned. It's fine, I'll deal with it. He glanced up at this point. There was a woman at a corner of the city walls. She was seated on it with her legs dangling down while eating cucumber. She glanced at him and didn't say anything. Yang Yi didn't say anything either. He moved his gaze away and entered the city with the others. The woman took another bite of her cucumber and looked off into the distance. It didn't take long for a few people to appear there. It was Yi Xian's group. The woman leaped off the wall. Yi Xian immediately ran over when she saw the woman. Sister! The woman was the eldest young miss of the Yi clan and its next patriarch, Yi Jibei. Yi Jibei sized up Yi Xian, and then she gazed at the others behind Yi Xian. They hurriedly bowed respectfully. "Eldest young miss." Yi Jibei took another bite of cucumber and spoke indifferently. "What are you doing here?" Cold sweat instantly emerged on their faces. Only those who'd come in contact with her knew how terrifying she was. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly said, "Father asked them to come with me and temper themselves." Yi Jibei said indifferently, "Go back." Yi Xian was quite embarrassed by this, and the others had unsightly expressions on their faces. Meanwhile, Yi Jibei took another bite. "Must I repeat myself?" The black-robed men shot pleading gaze at Yi Xian. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and said, "Sister, we can only head inside now. If they leave, the others at home will definitely ridicule them. Don't worry, they won't cause trouble for you. They will do everything you say." Yi Jibei glanced at her. "They will die here." Meanwhile, a black-robed man hurriedly said, "Eldest young miss, we're not afraid of death. It's true. So, please give us a chance. If we do die, we will have no regrets." Yi Jibei fell silent and seemed to be thinking. Meanwhile, Yi Xian hurriedly changed the topic. "Big sis, I met a sword cultivator earlier, he was very strong." Yi Jibei asked. "A sword cultivator in a green robe?" Sponsored content. Yi Xian hurriedly nodded. "That's him." "Right, how do you know?" She replied indifferently. "He just went inside." Yi Xian raised a finger. "He almost killed me with a single attack earlier. If I didn't have that divine treasure Father gave me, I wouldn't be able to see you again." "Kill you?" Yi Jibei frowned, and the remaining cucumber in her hand was obliterated. Yi Xian nodded and said, "Don't be angry. Because he isn't an outsider, he's from our clan." Yi Jibei's frown deepened. "Our clan?" Yi Xian nodded. "He's an illegitimate child from a branch family, and he's in the ancient sword sect right now." "An illegitimate child?" Yi Jibei asked. "Are you sure?" Yi Xian nodded. "I am." Actually, she wasn't very sure. However, she had no choice in order to divert her sister's attention away from the black-robed men. Yi Jibei fell silent for a long time and said, "Let's go inside first." They turned around and walked into the city. When they arrived before the city gates, a middle-aged man appeared before them. He glanced at the corpses in the distance and gazed at Yi Jibei. His expression changed slightly when he saw her, and then he said, "Young Miss Yi." Yi Jibei nodded slightly and was about to head inside when the middle-aged man asked, "Young Miss Yi, do you know who did that?" Yi Jibei replied indifferently, "You're asking me?" The middle-aged man nodded. "Yes." She glanced at him. "You're too ugly, so I don't want to tell you." She led the others into the city once she finished speaking. The middle-aged man's face was quite unsightly. "Is it wrong to be ugly?" Chapter 2500. The middle-aged man would naturally not believe the reason she gave. Of course, he didn't dare to go confront her either. Yi Jibei was one of the few people in this city who should not be offended. The middle-aged man glanced at the surroundings and said, "Investigate the matter." "Yes." A black shadow soundlessly vanished from the corner. The middle-aged man glanced at the corpses and had quite a solemn expression on his face. "A single attack! Such sharp attacks of the sword!" Once they entered the city, it didn't take long for Li Mu to appear before them again. Li Mu glanced at them. "Congratulations! Now you've truly joined the war dimension. I've sent word to your sects and clans about it. Next, you must choose an organization to join and survive." Shuiren asked. "What do you mean?" Li Mu didn't say anything and was about to leave, but Yan Yi flicked a world crystal over to him. Li Mu glanced at Yan Yi and took the world crystal. "You should be aware that the people here are the geniuses from all the top powers throughout Eternal Kingdom. Once they arrived here, they formed their own groups. Simply speaking, this place is no different than the outside world. If you want to survive, it's best to choose a reliable organization to join." Emoya asked. "Are there people from my ancient sword sect here?" Li Mu nodded. "According to my knowledge, there are, but very few. Moreover, they haven't formed an organization of their own. You sword cultivators like to be on your own. Of course, the precondition is formidable strength. Otherwise, freedom? That's only a dream. Li Mu was about to leave once he finished speaking, but he seemed to have thought of something and gazed at Yang Yi. I'll give you an extra warning, it's best to keep a low profile while you're new here. There is no lack of ruthless people here, and there is no lack of people with strength or formidable backgrounds. He turned around and left once he finished speaking. Once Li Mu was gone, Yang Yi gazed at the others. Do all of you have a place to go? They shook their heads. They were completely unfamiliar with the place. Suddenly, a man walked over to them and smiled. Are you new to the city? They gazed at him, and he smiled. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Su Xian, and I'm in charge of Cloud Observation Tower's external affairs. Cloud Observation Tower? Shuiren asked. Can you tell us more? Su Xian smiled. You're new here, so it's normal to not know much about this place. Allow me to introduce War City to you. I'm sure you're aware that Eternal Kingdom is divided into 5 regions or 5 powers. They are the Yi clan of the south, the Ling clan of the north, the Ancient Sword sect of the west, the Gu clan of the east, and the Xing clan of the central region. Obviously, the Xing clan is the strongest. After all, their patriarch is our eternal lord. Sponsored content. He paused for a moment and continued. Besides the Ancient Sword sect, all of the other top powers have established their own organization here. There is fighting and conflict here too. Besides these 4 organizations, there are other small organizations too, like my Cloud Observation Tower. We aren't part of any of the 4 top organizations, we are just a group of independent cultivators. Independent cultivators! Amoya and the others were quite tempted. Su Xian continued. If I'm being honest, I came to you because no one greeted you on your arrival. If you were from those powers and their organizations, they would have sent someone to welcome you on arrival. Since no one did that, I think you're either from the Ancient Sword sect or independent cultivators. Since you carry swords, I'm sure it's the former. Find the original at bit.ly/3ibfjkv. Shuiren nodded. We are disciples of the Ancient Sword sect. Su Xian smiled. Then would you be willing to join my Cloud Observation Tower? Amoya and the others exchanged glances, and then they gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi smiled. I like to be on my own. Su Xian glanced at Yang Yi and said, Allow me to be honest, it isn't easy to survive here on your own. Yang Yi smiled. It's fine. I prefer to be on my own. I have more freedom. Su Xian nodded and didn't say anything else. In the end, the others decided to join Cloud Observation Tower. When they parted, Shuiren cupped his fist to Yang Yi. Brother Yi, until next time. Yang Yi nodded. Take care. Amoya suddenly asked. Are you really not coming with us? Yang Yi shook his head. Just as he'd said, he liked being on his own because he had more freedom. Amoya hesitated for a moment and nodded. Then take care. They left with Su Xian and only Yang Yi remained here. Sponsored content. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings. So this is the War Dimension. The War Dimension! He was very curious about this place because the main force against the desolate race was here. But he hadn't been able to discern anything special about this place yet. Yang Yi remained silent for a moment, and then he walked off toward the streets. It didn't take long for him to find a luxurious hotel that was very huge. House of Indulgence. Yang Yi walked in, and then a beautiful woman walked over. She bowed slightly to Yang Yi and asked, May I know what you need? Yang Yi glanced at her and was quite surprised because she was actually a 3-world realm expert. A 3-world realm expert. Yang Yi sized up the woman and said, A room, a quiet one. She smiled. 10 divine crystals per day. I'll give you 10% off if you book the room for a month. 10 divine crystals! So 300 divine crystals a month. That was equivalent to 3 world crystals. It was such a huge profit. Yang Yi thought for a moment and replied, I'll take 5 days. He flicked 50 divine crystals to her. She took them and smiled. We have standard rooms, superior rooms, and deluxe rooms. Standard rooms are 10 divine crystals per day, superior rooms are 15, and deluxe rooms are 30. Would you like to switch rooms? Yang Yi pointed at himself. Do I look like I'm rich? Her smile stiffened, but it didn't take long for her smile to return to normal. Of course, allow me to take you to your room. She led Yang Yi to a room on the 3rd floor. Sponsored content. Meanwhile, she suddenly asked, Do you need a companion for mutual cultivation? Huh! Yang Yi was stunned. She added, Mutual cultivation companions. 1 world crystal per night for an average companion, 5 world crystals per night for a high-class companion who knows mutual cultivation techniques. There are standard companions too, they are 2 world crystals per night. Do you need one? Yang Yi thought for a moment and asked, People provide that kind of service? She glanced at him. You think it's very embarrassing? Yang Yi was stunned and asked, Is it honorable? She replied indifferently, Are they stealing? Yang Yi shook his head. She continued, Are they deceiving? Yang Yi shook his head again. She asked again, Are they robbing? Yang Yi shook his head once more. She said, Since they are not doing any of that, why do you think they are an embarrassment? Yang Yi was speechless. She continued, As for selling themselves, it's their own business. I think that others should not take the moral high ground and judge them. Yang Yi shook his head. You misunderstood me. I'm not looking down on them. I meant that they should be around the 4-world realm. Experts like that should have no lack of world crystals, right? Why wouldn't they? She replied with a question. I'm at the peak of the 3-world realm right now. If I want to advance to the 4-world realm, I'll need a lot of resources. If I had 40 or 50 world crystals, I can advance at any time, but I don't. Rob for it? Will there be a risk? The slightest mistake may cost me my life. Kill demon beasts? Are those demon beasts that easy to kill? She glanced at him and continued. You don't seem to be of ordinary background, or I should say that you should be the young master of some power. So, some things are easily within your reach, but to people without any background like us, every single step on the path of the martial Tao takes 120% of our strength. If you need it, then let me know, and I'll make the arrangements. She turned around and left once she finished speaking. Sponsored content. Yang Yi fell silent. World crystals. At this moment, he recalled his past when he was living with his mother and sister. At that time, wasn't he willing to do anything for a little money? But after he met Snowy, he never lacked resources again. It could be said that once he met Snowy, he had divine treasures and world crystals whenever he wanted them. But it wasn't the same for others. Perhaps just one world crystal took a very, very long time to obtain. A long time passed before Yang Yi sighed with emotion. I should cherish it all. There were things which should not be squandered upon being obtained, and they should be cherished. And then there was Snowy too. Needless to say, Yang Yi really missed the little fellow, and he missed the violent and aggressive area too. He wondered if they were causing trouble over there. And Nanjing too. He wondered how she was doing. Yang Yi shook his head and was about to close the door so that he could cultivate in the primordial pagoda. However, the woman from before appeared at the door. Yang Yi smiled. I don't need special services. She glanced at him and said, Someone is looking for you. Allow me to be honest, they aren't here to talk. They weren't here to talk. Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he thought of something. Those people he killed outside the city. He knew that they were here for him now. She said, If you're willing to take a deluxe room, then our hotel will protect you. Yang Yi smiled. For how long? She replied indifferently. As soon as you're staying. Yang Yi shook his head. Forget it, that's a little expensive. I'll just go kill them. Yang Yi walked out of the room as he spoke. The woman was stunned speechless. Chapter 25:01 Yang Yi was never afraid of trouble. Just like that, Yang Yi went to the ground floor, and he saw a middle-aged man. The man was seated before a table, and he gestured for Yang Yi to have a seat. Upon seeing Yang Yi, Yang Yi sat before him and asked, "Are you here to reason with me?" "Reason with you?" The middle-aged man smiled. "What is that? Is it edible?" Yang Yi said. "Then I'll just be frank. If you want to talk, I'll talk. If you want to fight, I can fight you at any time. Moreover, I'll accompany you until the end. So, you choose if we talk or fight." The middle-aged man smiled. "You're very confident," Yang Yi said. "Cut the crap, it's pointless. Just give me an answer." The middle-aged man gazed at Yang Yi for a long time and said, "You openly killed members of my Lin clan at the city's entrance, and many powers witnessed it. My Lin clan would lose face if we just let it be." Yang Yi frowned slightly. "The Lin clan?" The middle-aged man nodded and smiled. "You've heard of my clan, right?" Yang Yi nodded. "I have." The middle-aged man glanced at him. "Then which power do you belong to?" Yang Yi smiled. "I'm just an independent cultivator without any background. So, feel free to act against me." The middle-aged man's gaze gradually turned icy cold. Yang Yi was being too domineering. At this moment, the middle-aged man had the desire to kill. Even the nicest person had a temper, and the way Yang Yi was acting felt more than just plain arrogance. It was disdain. Disdain to the Lin clan. As soon as he thought of this, the middle-aged man stood up. "If that's the case, allow me to have a spar with you." As he spoke, he glanced at the old man behind the counter. "Elder Xing, lend me the void space here." The old man replied indifferently. "1 world crystal." The middle-aged man smiled and flicked one to the old man. Once the old man took the world crystal, he waved his right hand. In an instant, the space before Yang Yi and the middle-aged man trembled slightly. A short while later, they vanished on the spot, and they were inside an expanse of ethereal space when they appeared once more. The middle-aged man gazed at Yang Yi and raised his hand slightly, causing a powerful aura to ripple out from him. The 4-world realm. A peak 4-world realm expert. The middle-aged man gazed at Yang Yi. "No matter who you are or which power you're from, since you dared," Yang Yi suddenly said, "just save it." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi vanished on the spot, and a ray of sword energy flashed. The middle-aged man's pupils constricted at the sight of it. Meanwhile, Yang Yi was behind the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man stared blankly ahead. That attack had been too swift. It was so swift that he'd only reacted when it sliced his throat open. What a strong sword cultivator! That was his final thought. Yang Yi waved his right hand, and the middle-aged man's spatial ring descended into his palm. There were 10 world crystals within it. Had obtained some good gains. Yang Yi put it away and looked up. "Can you end it now?" A moment of silence ensued, and then space changed. A short while later, Yang Yi returned to where he'd been. The middle-aged man's head had vanished, but the man's body was still seated there. Yang Yi raised his cup and took a small sip of tea. "It's a little bitter." He stood up and walked off to his room. Elder Xing glanced at Yang Yi and said, "Emerald, clean it up." A woman walked over. It was the same woman who'd welcomed Yang Yi into the hotel earlier. She walked over to the middle-aged man's corpse. "Send it to the Lin clan," Elder Xing said. "Remember to ask for 1 world crystal as the transportation fees." Emerald nodded slightly, and then she left with the corpse. Sponsored content. A quick look at bit.ly/3ibfjkv will leave you more fulfilled. Elder Xing closed his eyes slowly while Yang Ye's attack flashed within his mind. A long time passed before Elder Xing spoke abruptly. "Very fast!" Yang Yi returned to his room and entered the primordial pagoda. As he recalled the previous battle, Yang Yi felt that he was lacking in many aspects. While he'd killed the middle-aged man in an instant, he felt like it lacked something. Belief! Meanwhile, Sword Scroll appeared before him. Your belief wasn't strong or firm enough. Deep within your heart, you think you may not be able to kill a peak 4 world realm expert with a single attack. That little bit of doubt deep in your heart made your sword incapable of reaching your limits. Belief. Yang Yi came to a sudden understanding. Just as she'd said, his belief hadn't been firm enough when he attacked earlier. Even if he couldn't kill a 4-world realm expert with a single attack, since he was bound to attack, he should have the belief that he was unmatched. His sword had to kill. Actually, even an ordinary person had such belief. Just like how many people would erupt with boundless strength in a hopeless situation. It was because they were unafraid of death and only sought to survive. It was their belief. Meanwhile, Sword Scroll suddenly said, "If you have nothing else to do, it's best if you leave soon." Yang Yi was quite puzzled. "Why?" she replied indifferently. "You're too aggressive. So, staying for long isn't a good thing for you." Yang Yi thought for a moment and nodded. "I won't stay for too long. I'll leave once I've figured out the overall strength of the experts here." Sword Scroll asked. "For the desolate race?" Yang Yi shook his head. "Based on their strength, they can forget about the war if they can't even figure out the Eternal Kingdom's strength in the war dimension. I'm doing this for myself. I'm sure you've noticed how determined Eternal Kingdom is to obtain Snowy. I must be prepared for the worst, so getting to know Eternal Kingdom a little better will be very beneficial to me." She thought for a moment and nodded. Try not to stay for too long. She was really quite worried. Yang Ye's temper was a little too hot, and the consequences of conflict here were very serious. Sponsored content. After that, Yang Yi kept polishing his sword domain and flying swords. Especially the flying swords, they could be described as being absolutely elusive within his sword domain. Even Sword Scroll was full of praise toward his attainments in the flying swords. Now, his body was about to hit the 2-world realm. So long as that happened, his cultivation could rise with it. At that time, his strength would improve tremendously as well. Suddenly, Yang Yi left the primordial pagoda. His door was being knocked. Yang Yi said, "Come in." It was Emerald who opened the door. She glanced at him and said, "Young Master Yi, an underground trade meeting is happening here. Are you interested in having a look?" "An underground trade meeting?" Yang Yi asked. "Will there be super divine treasures?" Her face stiffened. Super divine treasures? She glanced at him suspiciously and wondered if there was something wrong with him in the head. After all, even Eternal Kingdom probably had no more than 10 super divine treasures. All of them were in the hands of extraordinary powers, so how could they possibly sell them? Yang Yi asked. If there are no super divine treasures, then what about divine treasures? She thought for a moment and replied, "Divine treasures are sold from time to time. It depends on your luck." Yang Yi thought for a moment and replied, "Then let's go have a look." Meanwhile, Emerald said, "Young Master Yi, you must prove you possess sufficient wealth before you'll be allowed entrance. The requirement is 50 world crystals." Yang Yi glanced at her. "So, you're not a shady hotel, right? You're not trying to trick me and rob me once I go where you want, right?" Her face darkened. "Young Master Yi, you can go ask about our reputation. We've been in business for a long time." Yang Yi smiled embarrassedly. "Sorry, I've just encountered too many of them, so I'm quite afraid now." Emerald nodded slightly. "Your worries are normal. However, the House of Indulgence never does that. Right, if you're planning to go, please prove that you possess 50 world crystals, or you can use other things like divine treasures to prove your wealth as well." Yang Yi waved his right hand and 50 world crystals appeared before him. Yang Yi smiled. "Are these enough?" Sponsored content. She glanced at him. "They are. Please come with me." Yang Yi followed her underground. Or to be more precise, they entered an underground passageway that was quite wide but not very long. Everyone here wore a black robe, and their auras were restrained. No one knew each other's identity. Yang Yi wore a black robe as Emerald suggested. According to her, many people did business here because their treasures couldn't be sold out in the open. For example, treasures obtained by robbing and killing. Once she led Yang Yi here, Emerald turned around and left. This wasn't a place that she could stay at. She took a world crystal from Yang Yi as the entrance fee before leaving. At this moment, Yang Yi realized that he could only be considered to be a poor man. These people who were doing business here were the real wealthy people. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and glanced at the surroundings. There weren't many people here, just around 30. Moreover, people were leaving from time to time. But more were coming from above as well. Besides that, the street was very quiet, almost perfectly silent. A short while passed before Yang Yi walked over to a nearby black-robed figure. There was a white jade plate in front of the black-robed figure, and there was a faint white light coiled around the jade plate. A pseudo-divine treasure. Yang Yi shook his head and wasn't interested in it. So, he walked over to the next black-robed figure. There was a dagger in front of this black-robed man. It was very short, but it was very sharp too. However, it was a pseudo-divine treasure too. A dagger like that would be instantly obliterated from just touching Executor. Yang Yi shook his head and continued. However, he didn't notice anything good after taking a look at a few stalls. He was quite disappointed. Yang Yi shook his head and was about to leave when Sword Scroll's voice resounded in his mind. Second one to the left. Yang Yi stopped when he heard her and looked over to that stall. There was a fist-sized pearl before the black-robed figure there. An inner core. Sword Scroll spoke abruptly. It's an inner core from a Lord Realm demon beast. Yang Yi's eyes lit up. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.